TRMZ love, TRMZ love. TRMZ love. Good morning, hope today goes well. An advertisement on a Running Man stream. Gotta use my Prime sub. Balls, balls, balls.
Hello, hello. I've turned the music off prematurely perhaps, but never mind, eh? Hope you're all good. Thanks for coming in. Huxka, thank you for the 38 months. Cheers for the support. MP Leon, thank you very much. Sniff This, thank you as well. T Mango, thank you very much. Hope you're good. We ain't fucking about. I ain't ready for this. I ain't ready for this looting. So, just a quick heads up. I'm doing yesterday's character that was we just got an SVD, right? I really want to test out the vanilla loot economy. However, there is a new patch on DRL today, so I may switch at some point. We shall see. I'm going to try and get the volume right because it seems a bit quiet.
You are loved and appreciated, sir. Cheers.
So I logged out. There is a zombie there, but I don't know if that would have spawned in for me already. Probably would. It's a bit fucking foggy, isn't it? The new Dural is still experimental, yeah, but by the look of it, the end zone that I never even seen has changed. So, yeah, if we start now, maybe we might see it by the end of the year. I could really do with some plate carrier pouches, because then I could drop the I could drop the ammo box. God, it's really foggy. Glue Sniffer, I inspired you to play DayZ and you spawned in and got killed by 3 European lads. Well, yep, that sounds about right. Oh, what the fucking hell? I definitely still got it. I'm a little bit worried there might be dudes. Hopefully there's no dudes at close range, because there is, we're both dying. The base of that tree there looked a bit kind of vaguely interesting, but I don't think it's a player. I think it's just the bottom of the bush is a bit bright. It's really hard to see. East Tennessee and Ohio, thank you very much for the resubs. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Hello, Paul. Figured I send you some $1 with this third paycheck. Keep running.
Retsuto, dude, cheers for the support. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you very, very much. Hope you're having a good day. So for those that didn't see at the end of yesterday's stream, I just grabbed an SVD right near the end from a convoy, where I also got the plate carrier. I played for 7.5 hours yesterday. I didn't see a stab vest, obviously. We didn't talk about the loot economy at all yesterday, not once. Yeah, didn't find a stab vest all day, but found a plate carrier. But I've got one mag for the SVD, but I've only got 5 bullets, so, and one in the chamber, so we're not exactly blessed with many bullets. I was hoping we might get a scope here. Fuck that. Gonna do the thing? Do the thing. Thank you. Oh, I don't like it one bit. It's a fucking scope. Oh my word, what scope was that? Is that PSO1? Oh, it's a 1-1, so it's not ideal, but it's pretty good though. It's better than a trash can, cash tan. God, I feel really weird talking at the moment. I've got the earplugs in. In other exciting news, I did a radio I did a little radio quiz thing this morning that's going to go on BBC Radio Suffolk, Norfolk. Where else is it going? Suffolk, Norfolk, Cambridgeshire and Essex. And it'll be on tomorrow morning at 9:15.
I'm getting there.
So if you live in those areas, or you listen to it online, I guess. Oh, I got that as well. Yeah, that'll be fun.
If Bezos joins the consortium investing in LFC, Prime subs become free for LFC fans. Great.
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, free Prime subs. Sounds legit. I think that seems realistic. Yeah, baby AK there. That's actually some loot. And another baby AK. I do wonder if I should have took the UMP. I don't know. I think I'd rather have the shotgun. I think I might regret it, but I'm going to keep the shotty. Right, time to move. Let's fly. How am I finding the new Badlands update? I think the loot economy has been set up by somebody that eats crayons. Is my balanced view of it. That's what I think. Alright, let's go. Mike, thank you very much for the support. Clates, thank you as well. I hope you're good. AI Knight, thank you very much too. Cheers for the membering. JDB in Kansas, thank you too. By the way, I've met the devs and they're all very, very passionate people that do a very good job, so that was a bit tongue-in-cheek. But the loot economy that they've set up, this new central economy, is...
Woo, welcome back.
Baffling. It's baffling. Glue Sniffer, I've watched Wobo's video on YouTube to understand it. It's kind of all kinds of horrendous. We talked about it so much yesterday, dude. It's just balked. Like, you can't get a stab vest until past where you'd get a plate carrier. Hunting scopes are kind of just gone. Most hunting rifles likewise. Basically, you need to get lucky at a convoy or run to the Northwest Airfield or Tissy. That's basically how the game is. The plate carrier is easier to get than a stab vest because a stab vest is clearly a high tier item now. Nervous, well somebody asked me so I answered, but now we're going to move on, yeah. But dude, you're not forced to be here, like go and watch somebody else, it's fine. I'm playing vanilla DayZ specifically to play the economy, so it's going to be a topic, you know. But if you don't like the topic in the stream, either start a different one or fuck off, you know. Tin Bender, thank you very much for the memberships, dude. Cheers for the support, I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Does Miss Portland own an air fryer? I think she does, but I don't think we didn't use it.
Safe and glad to see your streams. What's this AI night stuff, lol?
Al, sorry, fuck me dead. Yeah, I've been away for 2 weeks, dude. You got to cut me some slack. It looks like an eye. It smells like an eye. Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one, wasn't it? But yeah, I'm out of practice with all this stuff. My arm is hurting, actually. I was thinking, like, I've had a bit of an aching left elbow and bicep and stuff the whole time I've been on holiday, and I thought it was from the weights. I think it's from streaming. I think it's the angle I'm holding my arm while I'm on. I think it's that. Might have to adjust my my chair a touch. I think it's from streaming. That's what's causing the elbow to cause a problem. It is literally an eye, lady. I know, it is an eye. But nonetheless. And I just called you lady as well rather than Pinkster. I don't know what's going on with me today. Carpal tunnel syndrome is in your wrists, I think. It's not normally in your elbow and your bicep. But I don't know. You might be right. Al, thank you very much. Tin Bender, thank you as well. Blacksky, thank you very much. Heidi, appreciate it too. Thank you. I feel triggered. And my seating position has changed a little bit. Where I've lost weight, I'm sitting closer to the PC by a lot.
Afternoon again, smiley face.
Maybe I don't need to sit quite so close to the PC, but it's definitely like my arm is more above my elbow now than it used to be, so it's bent more. And maybe that's, I don't know, I used to sit further away because I had more of a midriff, right? So it pushed me back in the seat a touch. All the knives, right. I did say I wanted to find one of those. And we did find one. So, one of these, that is. So, now it's time to put these where I can actually reload them. And they also won't get ruined here, too. Elbow gout. Yeah, that sounds right. It's alright. I found out that a 3-year plus sub's name was not in fact Zergerman, but was a German. Zergerman. Zergerman sounds like some kind of superhero. Zergerman. Hi, Burning Monkey, Munkle, sorry, hope you're good. How about a convoy? How about no? You shouldn't be getting ads, Thick Daddy. Your sub button's still there, yeah. You shouldn't be getting them. It might just be not cached correctly. Maybe just come out and come back in, turn it off and on again, you know, that kind of thing. But you shouldn't be getting them. Clates, I've definitely done that quite a bit. Where I've got somebody's name wrong, quite often I'll call them that incorrectly thereafter, you know, or occasionally do it. I feel like convoys aren't as good at the moment. I found an SVD and a plate carrier at the one I found yesterday. It's pretty good. God, It's hard to see that reticle, isn't it? I need a Batatrix. I don't have one. The rangefinder has a battery, does it? It does. Good shout. Yes. Now I can see all the enemies that I'm missing. Booked a day off from work to catch up on sleep. It's not nearly 3 and tuning into TRMZ. Hopefully we'll be streaming until at least 8 PM. I should be on for a good while, I hope. My sleep schedule, I felt tired last night. I went to bed. I pissed around on my phone a bit longer than I should, but I went to bed not long after midnight, I think. I woke up needing a piss about 3:30 and I was just fucking wide awake. I couldn't get back to sleep. I did in the end, but I think it took me like about an hour and a half. I just think that's because I've only just got back from the USA and my body clock's still not quite adjusted. I felt tired at the normal time, but when I woke up I felt like I should be up and that was that, you know. Oh god, it's horrible. What's the plan for today? Well, I'm playing vanilla DayZ because I'm trying to sort of play more on the current loot economy and moan all about it for that dude that was upset about it. That'd be fun. But yeah, the plan really is to have this life on Chernarus and see how we go. We're currently rocking an SVD, which is cool. But not many bullets. But the plan is to play this character and then I might switch to DayZ. I must say it's a nice surprise to be raining again. Put the gold tops in the grenade slots, they don't explode anymore. Forgive me for not wishing to try that right now, Bowie. I'd rather test that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I'd rather test it than find out that you're wrong. I think that makes sense. Pristine, pristine. Okay, we'll drop this one. Ask Wobo. I'm not denying that it has happened, but I've not seen it in the patch notes. I've not seen Wobo's video, so... People tell me to delete System 32 to fix frame issues, you know, like I have to be a bit careful. You found full NBC gear at Berezino and got a FAL in an hour. Dude, that's good to get full NBC. That's crazy. Should look into the Avalon update. Very cool. There's a new Deer Isle update today as well. If I'm going to do one, it's probably more likely to be Deer Isle, but I don't know. I'm off tomorrow because I've got to get my kids, and I don't know. I'm hoping to be streaming Sunday. I'll be streaming 5 days next week, but I'm not sure what days they will be yet, basically. But yeah, I've got my kids for one for 1 week, and the younger one for 2 weeks. Starting tomorrow, and I'm still going to stream, but I just I'm only got today, so I just fancy carrying on this Chernarus adventure. If we switch from it, I'll probably just start making some inroads on Deer Isle, probably. Do I have a specific way to sort my inventory? Harbour, I don't. I think if you're sorting your inventory, you're just helping out whoever's going to get your gear. The things that... I keep things that I don't want to get ruined in protector cases. This works as a protector case, like that does. So things that feel vital, maybe the shotgun shells might be there, I keep there. Beyond that, all I do is keep the bandages on the very left-hand edge to make them more accessible when I need them. So I can drag and use the bandages in a hurry. But beyond that, I don't. If it's something that's really important and it's going to save your life, like a gun or a melee weapon or whatever, they'll be on the hotbar, so you don't access them from the inventory, you access them from the hotbar, right? So I don't particularly worry about it. I didn't say this yesterday. There's a gawky parcel on me. None of, yeah, it'd be good. It'd be good. It was a bit of a surprise that the older one is coming. Sophie is, she normally has part-time work in the summer, so she doesn't normally come. She didn't last year. But she's got a week off from that. She's not been allocated shifts next week, so I think she's coming. Unless the allocating of shifts changes, of course. Sometimes these things change, so we'll see, but... Going to make a fire. I got pneumonia yesterday and I don't want to repeat that today. What do I think about the Badlands DLC? Well, I only played it for 2 hours, and I quite liked what I saw. I am a little bit hesitant, because I'm not the biggest lover of maps like Takistan, and whilst it's an all-new map, Badlands is not Takistan. It's a similar type of map with similar assets. So I'm a little bit... Oh, I've got a lighter. I don't need that. I'm a little bit worried about it, but kind of hopeful that it'll work out pretty well. Hi Lisa Bad Cat, hope you're good. But yeah, Badlands, the map itself is going to be a very large map, similar to Chernarus. And one thing I did see when I was running, I tried to run into the map just to get further and see what I could find. Going up like little hills and maybe almost mountains, like when you're looking around, there's a lot of villages and towns and there's a lot of places to loot very close together. So it's going to involve a lot of... it's not going to involve like crazy long runs to try and get somewhere next, you know, which is good. The thing that I worry about is that the looting on those compounds is dull. So I really hope that they've done a good job of refreshing the compounds, and it's kind of... A lot of them are like a walled compound with 3 little buildings in, and each building only has like 1 spawn. And then you come out of that compound and it's really hard to remember which one you did last and which direction you're going, because it's not all in a street. It's kind of like sprawling, so it's like many courtyards, and that's part of the charm of it in a way. But you have to run like 30 meters to find 1 piece of loot, then run 40 meters to 1 piece of loot, and I worry about that. I hope that they have redesigned some stuff. They've made some like sort of shopping mall type things. They're not malls, but they're like the Middle Eastern equivalent, like lots of little shops in like a compound, which kind of looks cool. Badlands is a map, Shabazz, in the same way that Nazdara was called Frostline. No, sorry, that's wrong. Nazdara is Badlands. So the map is Nazdara, but the DLC is called Badlands. Sakal was called Frostline, right? It's just the name for their DLC. Yeah, don't text and drive, Mark. That's a very bad idea. Very bad idea.
I know you won't believe me, but I've tested the gold top exploding in the slots and it no longer explodes. I saw it on AYT Shorts.
That's interesting,
TRMZ.
I do believe you. I just don't need the space right now. So I do believe you. I've no reason to think you'd lie. You've never been a troll or anything, right? So I do kind of believe you, but I don't need the space. I'm not sure. I guess that probably sounds like I don't believe you, but if I had to bet money on it, I'd say that you're right, yeah. Did you hear that Chelsea got a transfer ban again? I did not, no. What's the transfer ban for this time? It's a suspended ban. Oh, so they've not really got a ban. It's a good job I'm drying these clothes while the fire is roaring and the rain outside is, yeah, definitely not stopping. God, my bloody phone. This is why I don't like smart watches, right? My phone today has been pinging me so much about how my average step count has gone down in the last 4 weeks. Effectively, it's not really the last 4 weeks, it's the last 2 weeks and a bit where I've been away, you know. My average step count has gone down from 10.5 to 11,000-ish. In fact, no, it was my average step count for the last 22 weeks was 11,593. And then for the last 4 weeks, I've averaged 5,734. So my phone's telling me off. It's like, just fuck off. I know I've been on holiday. You don't need to fucking tell me. It's so annoying. Went into another stream and said I was a Liverpool fan. Just got into football, and apparently that was the wrong answer. Should have said a Man United fan. I think not, Glue. I think you picked right, don't worry. Don't get a smart scale, Paul. Mine says ouch when I use it. I agree, Task. Some extra clothing or like a poncho that you can wear when it rains would be really good. Yeah, I agree. The clothing doesn't combat the rain, and it seems to rain permanently, you know, it sucks. This might be a risk, guys, but I kind of need a wee. I drank a coffee before the stream, and I've nearly drank another one since the stream started, so I need a piss. I'll be back in a sec. I'm just gonna nip for that, and then I'll be back.
Welcome back, less than 3. Yeehaw, welcome back, well feed, watered and relaxed smiley face. My Apple Watch tells me that my pulse dropped to 0 last night. I may possibly be dead. Welcome back.
Right, I'm back. Your Apple Watch told you that your pulse dropped to 0 last night. Holy shit. Hi, Ruckus. I definitely am. Yeah, I've eaten way too much, but so what? It's fine. I only had 3 fairly large tubs of Tillamook ice cream in 2 weeks. I don't think that's too excessive. Was there footsteps? Darth Dude, thank you for the 124. Cheers for the support. Rockers, thank you for the 123. Holy shit. Wiki, thank you as well. Al, thank you.
Reg, step count. Paul is just bragging about being horizontal. A lot more in the last 2 weeks. Lol.
Yeah. I don't know what you mean. Cheers, Al. Darth, Rockers, thank you. Wiki, Wilkie, I think that might be.
Retirement's brilliant. You wake up with absolutely nothing to do, and by lunchtime you've only done half of it.
That's probably the steps you heard. Retirement's brilliant. I don't know. I think I'll probably stream a bit in retirement. Maybe I'm already retired. I don't know. When I say a bit, I mean slightly less. Matty Rocco, I hope you have fun playing the game, dude. That's cool. Right, let's just nip up this way. We'll check the feed shack, then we'll crack on. It's weird, the last time I was doing this run I was on experimental and there was a massive base at Zvir. I'm like, obviously I'm not on experimental now, but yeah, I just thought, oh, I wonder if that base is still there. Like an idiot. Not even on the same server. Is it better to use a bladed weapon against Zeds or a blunt if you had the choice of either? I don't think it makes a lot of difference, Glue Sniffer. There's like 5 levels to the melee weapons, so
Maybe
to be
they
honest,
have up the range so that when Badlands comes out, more people are apt to play it, cause there will be no range.
I think mostly a knife is fine. You don't need anything but a knife, but they do get degraded quite quickly, damaged quite quickly. I do quite like the brass knuckles. They're pretty good. They're pretty good at killing zombies. They kill zombies about the same speed as a knife, but at least they're not damaging your knife, right? Which is good. Which is why I'd never carry a spare knife when I'm carrying brass knuckles, because there would be no point, would there? But anyway, yeah, I kind of like the fairly standard ones, little ones that'll fit in your bag. I normally just use a knife. I think they kill zombies incredibly quickly. They're really quite powerful. The brass knuckles don't take a lot of space and they work well, so I often pick them up. Maybe they have upped the rain. I think there's been a lot of rain on official for ages. I don't think it's a new thing. I think that it's been raining like crazy on official forever. Bayonet does pretty decent damage. Yeah, I don't normally take it because it's not quite so versatile for like making fires and stuff. You can't get bark with it from memory, and like it's not quite as good. Oh, it stopped raining while I was in there. That's good. Won't last long, but at least it's not raining now. So it feels like we're really geared, but I'm actually not massively geared, and as far as I'm missing SVD rounds. I was finding a lot of Mosin rounds yesterday. I'm hopeful that we'll get some. What's that? Oh, it's crossbow bolts. There's a zombie over there. I just seen the back of a zombie with a blue coat on. There is a house on the top of that hill. It's another zombie. Just seems a bit weird. Why is there 3 zombies in the forest there? I think there's a house on the top of the hill somewhere. There you can see it. But that just seems quite a lot of Zeds. Like maybe there's somebody there, maybe there's somebody with a base. I'm just going to have a look. It's not completely abnormal, but they seem to... I don't know. They could have just spawned in because I was in range, but I think it's worth a look. I don't normally see 3 zombies like that, so might as well check. Avenia, I got back on Wednesday. Yesterday was the first stream, so I've been in the States from the 14th to the... Well, the flight left on the 28th, but landed here in the UK on the 29th. quite a lot of stamina considering I'm wearing a plate carrier and I've got 2 guns. 3 including the death dealer. The M79. Oh my god. So there is a dead Z. Someone has been around. It's possible that they're still here. I just think I'm going to... There may be a base in that house. There may not be, but like, we might as well check. This is not the safest reposition ever, is it? But there we go. There was a base in the house. Unless it's being built. Something there, look. It just kind of goes to show what I mean about, like, if you play the game a lot, you see things that are a bit out of normal, like out of the ordinary, like seeing 3 Zs like that. It made me feel like someone had been around and caused the zombies to spawn in above me, you know, like something that just looks out of like sort of kilter to what you normally see. They're not here now by the look of it. Dead. Oh, we know there's somebody relatively nearby anyway. Rockers, they introduced streaming streaks last October, so if you log in on your Twitch account for every stream, it gradually builds basically. So apparently SKSs are now back in the game again. Like they did set them to convoy only, but that's been changed. So hopefully, maybe if we go towards somewhere military-wise, we might find ourselves an SKS, which would be pretty good. People always cook here. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe that's what had happened. Perhaps, yeah. I do kind of want to... There's hunting spawns over this way, and I need Mosin, well, SVD rounds, so I should probably go back over. Matty, the melee takes a little bit of just getting used to the rhythm, but the most important thing to do is to take them on one at a time, and they always have the same kind of attack pan, so they do like 2 hits and then the overhead hit. I'm describing that like you can't block the overhead hit is the thing, right? So you can block the other ones. I don't even know, dude. I don't even think about it. I'm saying this as I'm talking to you. I need to have a zombie to talk it through because I just do it out of habit. I don't even think about it. But they have a set pattern to them and they're really easy to deal with. But the main thing you need to do is just, like, not be trying to hit them when they're going to do the overhead hit. We'll have those because they're going to keep us warmer. It's weird that you just do. Oh fuck me!
Good to have you back.
You do stuff like that just without even thinking about it. It's just like second nature, like breathing or something. You don't like. I don't think about dealing with Zeds. Most of the time, I'm reading the chat while I'm dealing with Zeds. I'm not really looking at the screen. And the enemy can't tell when we shit our pants. That's very true. Quite a handy fringe benefit. Yeah. They like their bases in Sphere, don't they?
$32 innings.
Mr. Quisling, Poets Day Convention. Wow. I hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. Hi, Mike. You alright, dude? I was sent your stream after watching a video that had nothing in common with your content, so very warm hello. Dude, I think the YouTube algorithm, I could be wrong, but I think the YouTube algorithm might be sending people to streams again. So I saw the Freshborns earlier, who are another DayZ streamer, and they were on nearly 10,000 views. I don't know what they're on now, but that usually happens when the algorithm decides to send everyone from everywhere to DayZ streams for some reason. It happens once every 3 or 4 months, or 6 months maybe. Go. I haven't found a Scard since yesterday, no. Thank you, Selros. Any tips for your first ever DayZ run? Yeah, prepare for a lot of pain. My prediction? Pain. I don't think whoever was the culprit came here. Have I got tabs? Fluorine tabs? No. I wonder if we should go to the well while I've got the chance.
Always have enjoyed your stream. Sign of the horns, folded hands.
Ad, well, thank you. Adosource, Ad, thank you very much for the support. Happy Halfling, thank you as well. Chance Fam, Reload, thank you. Dirty Mitten Gaming, Three-Headed Monkey, thanks again. Cheers, guys. But I don't know if YouTube are definitely going to do that or not, but that's what tends to happen sometimes. Like, so yeah, that might explain what happened to yourself, dude.
Hope you enjoyed.
Frankie on PC marvelled at how difficult it is to read chat and stream last week. Well, to be fair, it does take some getting used to, and also he probably hasn't played loads of DayZ in recent years. I'm sure he's played it a bit, but it gets easier when you've played the game a lot because you can play the game on autopilot. I was really struggling just now to think about how I deal with zombies because I don't think about it, you know. You can do so many things on autopilot. I hate this. This well sucks. And yet here I am. Just run on the spot, Paul. Weren't there a box of SVD rounds in the toilet? I think it was a cleaver. that happened to me, but I did watch a video of yours a few hours ago. Last thing I watched was some football banter. Interesting, Terry.
I don't even need to think about zombies. They just drop dead in front of me cause I'm pro.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, or not, as the case may be.
Keep up the awesome work.
This is maybe a mild spoiler for questions that people ask me about Miss Poyland, but while I was away, I happened to hear some of Armished's stream because Miss Portland had Armished's stream on.
My favourite daytime soap is back.
She had the stream on a second monitor. I thought it was particularly good. I really enjoyed this. He got killed. I think he was at the prison island, and it was sometime last week. He got killed, and he was playing vanilla, and he was struggling to find a vest, which obviously we've not talked about at all here, you know. But anyway, he died, and I'd really liked it. He took this really confident approach, right? He tried to kill somebody with a scorpion or I think it might have been a rack, probably a rack, but he took some shots and then died. And his response to the death was, "That guy is terrible," and he may well have been because I didn't even see it. But that's by the by. I just it's brilliant. He didn't. He went straight to that guy's awful. He's terrible. He's so bad, but he's alive. Which I thought was I could see me saying something like that. Maybe I'd probably say "fair play, you got me," and then proceed to say how bad he was. Carpet Slayer, thank you. Phil P, thank you very, very much. It just reminded me, Mike's thing about the zombies just reminded me of that. So yeah, when people say, "Does Miss Portland watch your stream?" I tend to not answer, but she has definitely watched Armished's stream a bit. Is food hard to get? Dude, when you first spawn in, just take your time, kill a lot of zombies and check the zombies. Like, if you open the inventory while you're over the zombie, a lot of them will spawn with some loot, sometimes food, cans of drink and stuff. You can cook chickens and other animals and eat those as well. You can go fishing and whatnot, but you can normally find food okay. But when you first start, dude, if you've not played the game yet, it's going to be hard, yeah. But make sure you get used to killing zombies and check all of them because they'll sometimes spawn things that you need, particularly in the early game, food and such like, you know. I saw that death. The guy missed him several times first, though. That makes sense, yeah. Carpet Slayer, Phil P, thank you very much. Figuring out DayZ as a new player, I think, is the most fun I've ever had playing games. I think I can relate to that, yeah. Like the early days where, like, I remember finding my first Mosin in Polana years ago. Like, it was at a time when there wasn't, I think there was only 3 guns in the game, though. This was a long time ago. But I found my first Mosin in Polana, and it was like, fuck! I felt so, like, happy just to, yeah, find my first proper gun. I heard TheRunningManZ has his own server. I do not know. Cheers, MyReach. Thanks for coming in. Hope you're good. Yeah, it was great. I had a great time. I am missing Miss Portland a little too much, but I'm going back in 69 days, so it's not that far, you know, just over 2 months. Is this live for real? How cool. Never caught one of your live streams as I live in Vietnam. Well, hello. It is live. Yeah, it is live. Or maybe I knew you were going to come in and I predicted exactly what you'd say. Why am I flying to the US so much? When I was in San Diego last year for TwitchCon, I met a girl and I liked her. So I'm in a long-term relationship with someone and she lives in Oregon. So yeah, like she came to see me for 2 weeks in April. I've just been for 2 weeks in July. It's her birthday in October. She's out of annual leave, so I'm going there for a week when it's her birthday. Am I going to see Spider-Man this weekend? I might see it at some point in the next 2 weeks. Maggie's really into movies, so she'd probably come with me. That would be fine. But Maggie really wants to see The Odyssey. So the first film I'm going to take her to see is that. Like, she's a massive Christopher Nolan film. Her favourite film is Interstellar. I think her second favourite film is The Dark Knight. And she likes all the other... aside from Tenet, she likes all of the Chris Nolan films. She loves movies, and she really likes Chris Nolan movies. So she's never seen a Chris Nolan movie in the cinema because she was not old enough to be interested previously. So she's very excited that there's a brand new Chris Nolan film out that she can see in the cinema, you know.
If you are watching Mrs. Portland, I apologize for my cheeky comment about being horizontal. TRMZG heart.
Cheers, Al. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, dude. Sickness. If you type exclamation fave server, F-A-V-E. So there you go. Like, crowd's already done it. So there you go. There's a selection of servers that I like to play on in that Nightbot command right there. Sickness. I've seen it, Steve the Sleeve. I really like The Odyssey. I don't think it's the best. My favourite film this year so far is Project Hail Mary. But I thought The Odyssey was great. It was an absolute marvel. It was really good. It was long, but it was good. I enjoyed it. I don't think it was perfect, but I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a good film. I think Matt Damon is good in it. I've seen Odyssey and think it's the worst Nolan film to date. Interesting. I think probably my least favourite probably is Dunkirk. Dunkirk is a fine movie. I just don't think it's amazing, you know. Yeah, Sam Neill was a legend. Yeah, he was. What I forget the full name of the film now. But when I got to Portland, like we were chilling out, and like Miss Portland hadn't seen it, so we watched the. Is it The Adventures of the Wilder People? It's something like that it's called, but it's got Sam Neill in it, and it's very, very good. Written and directed by Taika Waititi, I think, but it's a really lovely movie. So, yeah, we watched that. Like, it's the first film we watched. Hunt for the Wilder People, thank you, that's what it's called. Well done. Yeah, Hunt for the Wilder People is really good. Right, so we need Mosin rounds and not to step on a bear trap. Let's see how we do. Fuck me. Where did you come, weird beard? Where did you come from? It's actually quite a nice beard, I think. Oh, fuck me. And I paid no attention to the zombies and how they hit either. You can block the heavy attack, but you need to... Fuck me! A hunting scope. It's such a rare commodity. I don't really need it, but I'm taking it. Honestly, had no idea Dunkirk was from Nolan. That's very surprising. I don't know. He does the same thing in that he does... Like, one of Nolan's favourite things is... Holy shit. One of Nolan's favourite things is to kind of play with time. Like Tenet was way too far on that front, but it's one of his things, isn't it? So the thing that's kind of cool about Dunkirk is that there's 3 stories intertwined, and one's from an hour, one's from a day, and one's from 7 days, you know, and like they kind of all intertwine. I kind of liked that. I thought that was interesting, but the actual film, by and large, is not my favourite. Honestly, on vanilla, to find that amount of loot like that is absolutely insane. That's maybe some kind of indication that they've changed the loot a little, perhaps. I don't know, or maybe I just got lucky. Fucking hell. Definitely feels like the loot economy has changed. It might not have changed. It's probably... the devs did say they'd tweaked it. So, yeah, it certainly seems a little bit different on the hunting scope front, which is good. Or the hunting loot front. It might just be that I'm getting very lucky, but... what I actually needed was Mosin rounds. The time difference in Dunkirk is the only thing you didn't like about the movie. The thing I don't like about it mainly is that there's only one French person in it and they're trying to desert and pretend to be English to escape, which really annoys me. I think that was fairly low. Like, that annoys me because the only reason that the British managed to escape is that the French fought to the death on the outskirts of Dunkirk so that we could leave, you know. They fought to the death against the Germans to save everybody else that was escaping, you know, like, and it would have been nice to see a little bit of that. I think it kind of sucked, to be honest. To not show any of it and then to have only one French person in it who's trying to save himself seemed a little bit harsh. Yeah, I think the loot economy has changed, for sure. Since it was on experimental, I don't mean since yesterday. The fact that there's scopes in hunting stands again is a really positive thing. That's good. Sorry, in hunting areas again. I think Dunkirk was okay, but like I certainly think Odyssey is a better film than Dunkirk is. I think Dunkirk is my least favourite Chris Nolan film. Satan's Kiss. Well, thank you. Cheers for using your Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I nearly watched All Quiet on the Western Front. I downloaded it to my iPad to maybe watch on the flight home, but it just was too long, and I didn't. The only thing I watched actually I downloaded was that one-off Punisher episode that's on Disney. Actually, was somewhat. I thought it was like average, really. It was mainly like John Bernthal grunting and being a bit annoyed. It wasn't the worst thing ever, but it wasn't great. I feel like the the Daredevil season and that episode, the one-off, I don't think it's that great. I don't feel like it's made it better than it used to be when it was on Netflix, if I'm honest. If anything, it's just a smidge below. And it was never amazing, but it was entertaining enough, you know? It was all right. Glue, when I watched it the first time, I watched it with subtitles. I've only seen it once. I watched it when it came out, and I watched it with subtitles. It is good. It's a very good movie, yeah. Have you noticed that stoked location in your inventory damage when attacked affects how stuff actually gets damaged? That's the TLDR of what you said, Rodney. I haven't noticed that, dude. I don't know. That shouldn't make any difference where it's stored, but if it does, that's interesting. Hi, Tiger Lily. Hope you're good. Few more weeks in recovery. I hope you're on the mend. That sucks. Hope things are going well. Thoughts on 1917? I thought it was okay. I really like the way it's filmed. Obviously, it's all like one kind of flowing, like almost like one take kind of thing. You know, I kind of like that. I think it's a decent movie. It's not the best action film ever or anything, but it's okay. The official D3, thank you very much for the super chat. That's really kind. Thunderbug, thank you. Cheers for the 51. Adriano, thank you for the 29. Fabstino, thank you for the 2 months. And Satan's Kiss, thank you again. Gonna try to watch Spider-Man while my missus is shopping at Westfield tomorrow. Good luck with that. You'll probably hear about it the rest of the weekend. IXOXOXOX. I hope you're good. Hi T Kane, I had a great trip, dude. Yeah, it was great. Glad to be back, but it was great. Yeah, glad to be back streaming. I wish I was still with Miss Portland, if I'm honest, but it's nice to be streaming again. Had your surgery on your wrist? Yeah, I missed that bit, Tiger Lily. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, hope it goes okay. I did have biscuits and gravy. Yeah, I got them in Seattle on the Sunday for breakfast from a place called Biscuit Bitch, and ate them on the street on a little metal table and chairs. It was really good. It was really nice. I still prefer a full English, but it was good. Do you miss your lady or the wonderful United States? The former. Hi Wally Chittenden, hope you're good. I don't really want to keep the Blaze, but because I've only got 6 bullets for the SVD, I kind of feel obliged to do so for now.
Yes, we're not in Kansas anymore. Man shrugging face with peeking eye heart hands.
Naltal, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Did you go anywhere else other than Seattle? Yeah, obviously you went to Portland. That's where Miss Portland lives. But went to Seattle for the weekend. We went and saw the Odyssey on my birthday on the Tuesday and went out for ramen in Portland City Centre. It was really good. And then on the Wednesday we drove to Clarkston and Lewiston, which is a long drive away, very East Washington.
Salutation, Monsignor.
And like she had like some family reunion stuff going on between the Wednesday and the Saturday. So we were around Clarkston, Lewiston and Spokane. So went to a few different places, and then on the Saturday we came home, and just 3 or 4 minutes from our house we got in a car wreck and her car got written off. Did you crumble bacon on top of the biscuits and gravy? No, I had fried eggs.
Hey TRMZ, I was wondering what your favorite watches are. I'm just getting into it and I'm a big fan of Hamilton myself. Much love, less than 3.
We did go to the Pike Place Market, Jack. Yeah, we did the Pike Place Market at Seattle, yeah. Slippy, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the super chat. Wondering what your favourite watches are. I'm just getting into it and I'm a big fan of Hamilton myself. Much love. Dude, Hamilton are great. I like pretty much anything. You know, this is something I rarely do, but I'm wearing a Studio Underdog today. I rarely say what I'm wearing, but yeah, I like most anything from from a Casio up to something that's unimaginably expensive. You know, I don't really have a favourite.
Listen to that transatlantic accent. Welcome back, Mr. R.
Maury, yeah, we were going relatively slow, but we got pushed we were in the middle lane coming up to an intersection going about 25-ish, and got sideswiped by a Tesla sedan, and it pushed us into the car in the left-hand lane. So it's 3-lane intersection we were coming up to, and you know, it hit us. It was going way too fast and tried to undertake us, and just smacked into the front of Miss Portland's car and pushed her straight into another car, and her car got totaled. I think she's hopefully getting a new car today. That'd be interesting. I don't need it, but look at that. There's a plate carrier zombie here. Yo, TRMZ, do you react to people here or no? Nah, dude, no. Miss Portland came to the UK in April, Nate. That actually sounds quite close, which is annoying. Plate carrier zombie, kill it, make a stash. Well, I'm really looking for rounds for the SVD more than anything else. Coach said she was driving. No, there were no extracurricular activities going on when the Tesla sideswiped us. No. Is the UK a big place? It's relatively small in the grand scheme of things, so you can't drive across it in a couple of hours from top to bottom, but it's a relatively small country, but it's a lot harder to get around. Like, you can travel 2 hours to go from one fairly mid-sized town to another in America, right? Everywhere's very spread out because it's such a big country, right? Whereas in 2 hours you could go past like 6, well, not even 6, maybe like 8 or 9 towns, especially up north. You know, you could travel 10 miles, and you've got like, you could go from Bolton to Burnley to Blackburn, and then Manchester and Liverpool, and like all these other cities cities and reasonable towns. They're not necessarily huge, but they're fairly big. They're all really close together. So it's a bit much less miles, but much harder to get about because the roads are a lot busier and they're all close to places. It definitely take longer than 6 to 7 hours to go from top to bottom. If you're going from like Land's End to John O'Groats, effectively, it would take you way longer than that. It takes about 6 to 7 hours to go from the east coast of East Anglia to the west coast of Wales, which is east to west, but that's much shorter. Fuck me. I knew there was another one coming, so I was trying to kill it quick. There's another one. Oh, fuck me. Try not to hit it in the helmet, because I want the helmet. Fortunately, that's going to mean it takes longer to fucking kill. Do you ever play like as a ghillie ghost? I don't, Britt. I don't stay in one place. Like, if you're going to be a ghillie, you need to be really patient. You need to stay in one place and wait and wait. And that doesn't suit me for streaming. It doesn't suit me because sometimes people use the stream to find me, and if I stay in one place, I just get shot in the back. But it doesn't suit me because I don't have the patience either. You know, I'm not interested in staying in one place and waiting and waiting. I haven't got the patience for that shit. You can fit 9 UKs in Texas, but how many people live in Texas? That's interesting. What's the population of Texas? I think the population of the UK is about 70 million people, and Texas is 9 times the size of it. How many people live there? So Texas has got 31 million people. So that kind of, I know Texas has got a lot of open space, but that's kind of the point, right? Like, Texas is 9 times bigger and 31 million people live there. You know, that's the UK. It takes a lot longer to get around because there's so many more cars in such a small amount of space. Affable, yeah, you can get shotguns and CR527s in barns, but I'm not after that at the moment. That's good. Sometimes repeaters as well, but you don't seem to be you don't get like Mosins and things in barns, unfortunately. Fuck me, this feels dangerous. I really have got no space. I heard if you could ump in a flash, put it in your plate carrier, and you won't get flash, but the enemies will. Is that a play you'd go for? No, it sounds like dog shit to me, dude. I don't think that's great.
Welcome back. Have a great run.
It's not something I've tried, but yeah, I don't think that'd be for me. Okay. No SKS. So I dropped the the SVD. Oh, fuck me, that scared me.
How was the PNW?
Did I drop it at this bush? Troggy, thank you very much. It was great. Had a great time. I wish I was there for substantially longer, to be honest. Aside from the fact that I need to see my kids too. I want to see them. But yeah, it would have been nice to stay a bit longer. But yeah, thank you. Cheers for the support. Simran, thank you as well. Working and lurkening. Covert, I quite liked it. I don't think Seattle was bad at all. It was quite a nice place to visit. I saw a Mariners game. The city was great. I don't think it was much different than most other cities, dude. I don't know how many times you've been there, but Seattle was pretty nice. There was a few people, like there was a few homeless people around, but no different than any other city really. Like it wasn't like it was the same as most other places. Yeah, I went to Pike Place, Los Lobo. On the Saturday, we did Pike Place in the morning and kind of lunchtime-ish. And then we walked up to the Space Needle, did the Space Needle, did the glass museum and gardens, and then we went to an IMAX thing as well, which was kind of cool. It was about the... I forget the name of the fucking thing. I learnt a lot, didn't I? That space telescope that... James Webster, I remembered it. The James Webster Space Telescope. That was kind of cool in IMAX as well. But yeah, it was a pretty good day. And then we went out for a meal at an Italian restaurant that was good too. Another hunting scope. At the top of the car. I've come here for the convoy spawn. I think the convoy might be there. It is. We could be getting a scar. It might be scar o'clock. Your next go should be to a gun range, take the lady. Smiling, she can take me, dude. Her dad's got a load of different things and we could probably do that from there, so... I won't take her if we do that. She'll take me, dude. Trust me. I've got 2 mags, so don't mind if we find a scar without a mag. It's only 3 vehicles, which doesn't seem right. They are weird, these. That's the new helmet, but you can't wear face stuff with it, so... Oh, fuck me. This is really risky. I'm not blessed with a lot of bandages, though, so just using it on this sewing kit makes sense. Vicky. Plate carrier with pouches. Holy shit. Plates are more common than stab vests, yeah. They're easier to get than stab vests. Like, I know we talked about it a lot, but I cannot get the sense in it at all. I can't understand it. I can't understand it one bit. Like, why are stab vests so hard to find? But you come to Moschino tents, there's 2 or 3 plate carriers, you know. What makes stab vests harder, like higher tier? How can they be a higher tier than a plate? I don't get it. Odds, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Cheers for using Prime sub on my channel, dude. Honey, I'm home. Thank you as well. Cheers for the 69. Ooh. Let us decant the innuendo. I play at 4K, Den, and you can see my... Cheers, Pinkster. That's my monitor there. The main monitor is a 4K, like high refresh rate OLED dealie. It's a new helmet altogether, Lonely. It's not a tanker helmet. God, I'm thirsty. I think I might need to go and make a coffee. I probably don't need 3 mags for the scar, but fuck it. Okay, I think we're okay. Yeah, I'm going to quickly make a coffee, guys. I'm gasping. Only been on an hour and 20 minutes, but I'm thirsty as fuck. Won't be long.
TRMZ love.
feel fucking broken today. I've done my weights and push-ups and everything for the first time in like 16 days or something. And I've also been for my walk like normal, so I'm back in my regular routine from today. But I am aching like a mother trucker. Holy shit. Yeah, ache like crazy. Right, let's adjust my cushion a bit. Does it make a big difference going to OLED and 2K, 4K from 1920 by 1080? Yes, it does. I don't think it makes you actually better at the game, but it looks like it makes everything look way. I'm 4K from 1080p is like a night and day difference. Yeah, even in DayZ. On top of that, the OLEDs and the actual the contrast and the gradation and everything is absolutely stunning. Yeah, so yeah, it makes a huge difference. I was watching a DayZ video about the new base building the other day, and Paul became the subject of one of the comments. Bunch of people going about he lives for 6 hours. That's not a life. I don't even know what that means. I've been alive for 2 weeks and built a base extra. That was funny. Oh, I see what you mean now. He lives for 6 hours. Yeah. I guess that's yeah. Maybe they should try streaming to a large audience and see how that goes. I'm sure they'd enjoy the base building no end. Yeah, I can see that though. But yeah, run straight to all the shops and talk to your chat all day. See how long you live. It'd be interesting. To the not to you, Banks, but to the others, you know. Primal, thank you very much for sniping me with the bits, by the way. Thank you. Only socks. The scar is unofficial, but I am not necessarily unofficial. I'm on vanilla, but not necessarily official. Yeah, I've got a pristine plate carrier, that's why I didn't get it. I've seen 4 plate carriers since starting on vanilla yesterday. I've not seen a single stab vest. Dan, I just answered that question, dude. Or Dan, sorry. I just answered that exact question, yeah. The answer is yes, massively so, but I did go into a bit more detail. He has a field vest.
Did you know you have a character model in DayZ? It's the one the developers named Roll. Put slim glasses on him and he's your spitting image. I now always RP as Paul the streamer, where I miss all my easy shots and only hit the hard ones.
That seems fair. That seems very fair, yeah. Thank you very much, Skirit. Cheers. I don't know which character that is, but I'm sure they probably don't look anything like me. We could probably go down and just double check to see if the train is there. Any kills so far? Not seen anyone as yet. We've seen a dead zombie. That's as close as we've got to seeing anyone. I have been all around the west edge of the map, though. Found a blaze, found 2 blazes, found 2 or 3 hunting scopes. So it does feel like hunting scopes or hunting loot has been upped a bit, which is good. $3K watching and 272 likes. Rob, thank you. Yeah, guys, hit the like button on YouTube, or I'll start talking about the loot economy more. I think the algorithm today is sending people in from random other things. So I could be wrong, but I've got to guess that the views on YouTube will climb to an unusually high level today. If I'm right, it's got that feel about it. We shall see.
Hi Paul, cheers mate, TRMZ love.
If that happens, it might even be that we stream a bit later today than normal. You lucky bastards. Right, no train, because it would be over that bridge. Chelsea only got a 10 million fine for 74 financial fair play breaches. I think the reason they've gotten away with it, Sir Jimmy, I'm not really saying for sure it's right, but I think the reason they've got away with it is because they're the ones that owned up to it, aren't they? They didn't get caught, they found it, the new regime found it in the takeover and they admitted to it. So it was the previous ownership. Now it still feels off, and if they've broken a load of things, it's a bit shit, but there is a difference, I think, between coming forward, like, in the process of buying the club, finding irregularities and admitting to them. You know, I do think there is something in that. Have I heard anything about the new DRL update? Well, I know it comes out today. Hi Ganja King, hope you're good. Thanks for tuning in. Right, we should be coming up towards West Evac. I'm still hopeful of finding more SVD rounds. That's what I'm after. I think I might make a stash of the Blaze, but I don't know. Did you enjoy the game with Chelsea and Western Sydney Wanderers? I know they won 6-4 or something stupid, but I didn't see it, dude. I don't normally watch pre-season games, even if Liverpool are playing, who's the team I follow. I don't watch pre-season games, dude. Like I ain't got the time or the energy or probably the channel required to see it. But yeah, I'll be certainly trying to check out the games. I think Liverpool's first game is against Newcastle. I'll certainly try and watch that, assuming it's on the telly. But I ain't interested in watching pre-season crap. I read about it. I read about how Liverpool are doing and whatnot. I think they've been doing okay so far. But it's normally a load of youngsters and stuff, especially with the World Cup. Most players aren't back yet, are they? You know, it's.
Who would want to waste their time watching a grumpy middle-aged man play DayZ? Me, I would. Love you, bye.
Gems seems like a worthwhile thing to do to me, and I'm definitely not biased. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. When's the season start? I don't know the exact date, but it's usually mid-August. It'll be about 3 weeks away, I would think. Like, I'm not sure. It'll start on the Friday, probably, with the first game, I would guess. Blaine of the Ukraine, Skirit, and Gems, thank you very much. Do you think Arsenal will win it again? I don't know. They've got some things that are really going for them. They obviously won it last year. Other teams are in a bit of transition, you know. Like Man City have got a new manager. It looks like they might be losing Rodri to Real Madrid. There are reasons to think, like Liverpool have obviously got a new manager. They've lost Mo Salah. They've lost him, so they're going to need They're going to need to sort some shit out, you know. Like, it's going to be interesting. I think Liverpool can do better than last year, but it might... I don't know, we'll see. When Areola took over at Bournemouth, it took a while for the players to get more used to his style of play. We'll see, but I think Arsenal are probably justifiable favourites. They won it last year. They've got every chance of improving a little bit. And there's reason to suggest that maybe with no longer having Pep Guardiola, maybe it'll be harder at City as well. Oh, it'd be so cool if that went on the SVD. It doesn't, but it'd be fucking cool if it did.
Sign Vinny Jr. be good signing. Also hope your travels was good. Now back to some TRMZ.
I think... Wait, you just never know how they're going to adapt to the Premier League, do you? The same with Barcola, if Liverpool get him or not. But both of them look very exciting.
With the warm-up fight's over with, what's your prediction? Throw the Fury versus Joshua fight if it happens.
I saw him on...
Running pal.
I personally would rather have Barcola than Vinicius Jr., but I think both could be very good, and one might adapt to the Premier League better than the other, so we'll have to wait and see, you know, who knows. Thank you, Lycan, thank you, Hydro, as well. Cheers, both. I'm quite a big Tyson Fury fan, and I heard them talking about it on the radio, and one went for Fury, but it was really close, and one went for Joshua and felt like it wouldn't be. I think Fury pisses it. I think Fury wins it fucking easily. I really like Joshua. I think he's done great. I don't think he's ever been truly elite. He's done a great thing. He's won the world title twice. He may win it again. You never know, but Joshua looks really, really susceptible to any kind of a hit now, doesn't he? You know, Fury's not the strongest puncher, but he can hit. I think Fury will beat him. And I don't even think it's going to be close, if I'm honest. I think there is a slight caveat to that it's possible that Fury might be gone. It's possible that Joshua might be gone. They may both be, but I think Fury at 60% of his best is better than Joshua at 70 or 80% of his best. So yeah, I think Fury wins it. I am very biased though, because I'm a massive Tyson Fury fan. I like him. I know he's done some stupid things. He's not perfect, but I quite like him, and I also think he has been truly world class when he was at his best around the time of fighting Wilder and whatnot. You know. What was that? Fuck. An improvised explosive sitting there. What the fuck is that doing there? It's to blow up stuff. No shit. An improvised explosive is to blow up stuff. Fuck me dead. I'm not liking carrying 3 guns. I need to drop one. I'm surprised we've not found an SKS. I'd like to change the shotgun for an SKS if possible. It stinks that the lack of talent in the heavyweight division means we have to watch them two plod around each other. I don't know what Fury's done exactly, aside from Ngannou. I don't know what Fury's done to make you decide he's terrible, you know? He's only lost to Usyk while Usyk was still trying. Usyk is supremely elite level, and Fury's the only boxer that's got anywhere near him, you know? Fury is very much one that turns up when he has to as well, you know? Fury was trying to be his best against Usyk and he came up a bit short. He's not a boxer that trains the same for everyone. He'll train much harder for Joshua. He'll absolutely blow him away. I'm sure he will. Fury doesn't if he's fighting somebody like Dillian White or something. He shows up at fucking 60%. You know, he did the same for Ngannou and he should have lost. But I don't think Fury is. I don't think he's as good as he was. But I don't think he's terrible.
Had a nice holiday.
I didn't see that.
In Egypt.
I didn't see the recent fight. To be fair, I didn't see it. I saw the Joshua one, but I didn't see the Fury one. But I don't think the heavyweight division is that bad. There's other young fighters coming through. Moses Atama being the highlight, but there's others too. The problem is that the next generation are in their early 20s mostly, and they need a little bit of time to get to where they need to be. But I think the heavyweight division is quite interesting, to be honest. Moses Atama could potentially be like one of the all-time greats. I know it's early days, but he looks absolutely lethal. I'm excited to watch him fight Hrgovic. Fury looked slow and old in his last fight. Yeah. I didn't see it, so I'm not denying that. He may well have done, but he's looked slow and not very good in several fights. And then, even though he lost to Usyk, he still had it, especially in the first fight. I think he had chances. He maybe could have won it, but he didn't. I think Fury is very much one that turns it on and actually trains differently depending on who he's fighting. I don't think He's got like boxing in his blood, you know. He's not going to turn up fully prepared to fight somebody he can beat at 60%. He'll just beat him at 60%. That's just who he is. He's always been like that, you know. I certainly think it's come too late, Milan, but we have had a lot of good... Like one thing you can say about Turkey Al Sheikh and all of that lot, like the Saudi money and stuff, they have started to get the fights on, you know. We've seen things like things have happened, like Fury and Usyk was taking too long, never mind others. They have started to make fights, you know. It's relatively exciting, you know. I do agree Fury and Joshua is too late. I think it'll be kind of one-sided, if I'm honest. Did you see you can say Twitch CLIP and it will CLIP it for you? Yeah, I did see that, yeah. Fury and Joshua haven't fought Road. No. Yano, thank you very much. Like and thank you as well. Cheers both. My arm is hurting. Holy fuck. That's the thing about boxing I don't like. In the UFC, big fights happen all the time. In boxing, it always happens far too late. I think it is getting better, but it's... The difference is that in boxing, the boxers have got more say in it. And I think that's fairer. UFC is like a cabal, where they're all controlled and they have to fight, you know, like... In boxing, they get what they're worth, and so somebody like Fury is not going to fight Joshua unless the money's right. He knows what he's worth. Even now, even still with the 2 losses and stuff, he's still he's still got a pull that will make him money. So he only takes the fights when they make him the right money. You know, I think it's frustrating. I agree. It would have been much better if Fury and Joshua had fought like 7 or 8 years ago. There's no denying that, you know. It would have been a much more exciting fight. But I don't blame the fighters for not taking the fights until the money's right. Cheeseburger, thank you for the prime. Very, very kind, dude. Thank you. Cheers for the support. I think I've got to ditch this blaze. I don't really want to. The blaze is amazing, but I'm just going to ditch the blaze. Oh. That was inspired. I was just going to hide the blaze, and then... No bueno. Computer says no. I don't know, Rick. I've quite enjoyed the heavyweight scene in recent years. You know, I went to Fury versus Fury versus Dillian White. I've seen Anthony Joshua and Dubois fight live. I saw Joshua get knocked out. You know, they were good fights. You know, well, to be fair, Fury's one wasn't amazing. I did see Nick Ball on the undercard and got switched onto him. He was great. He fairly recently lost. But I don't know. I think there's another British fighter coming up alongside Moses Atama that looks good, and I cannot for the life of me remember his name.
Great to see you back doing what you do best. Cool.
I did enjoy the fight that Dubois won against the fella from Ipswich whose name escapes me right now. That was really good. I think I can see his face, and he'd had some amazing... Was Fabio Wardley is his name. I got there. I knew I would. He had some amazing wins against people he really had no business beating, you know, like Justice Honey and whatnot. I think it was Justice Honey, wasn't he? He beat, but he beat an Aussie dude, and he really lost every... And Joseph Parker as well. Blank screen, yeah, I'm a professional streamer, Kempers. I did press the button, but clearly it didn't work. But yeah, I don't know. I think the heavyweight division has been pretty good. Who's the other British heavyweight coming through that's pretty decent? It's not Moses Atama. There's another one. I can't remember who it was. He might be a cruiserweight. Leo Atang, it might be him. But I don't know. I think it might be interesting. It's not Johnny Fisher. Johnny Fisher is. He seems like a nice enough dude, but he's not going to make it. Johnny Fisher interests you a lot, isn't he? Isn't he? Labisch is the son. That's Johnny Fisher, isn't it? I don't think he's it myself. I saw him lose the other week, or a few weeks back. I don't think so. That's why no one cares about boxing, or has since the 90s. Boxing's quite popular, Armini. I think it's become more popular in recent years. But I don't know what is the reason. I missed it.
Long time lurker, but I rarely comment. I just want to say I'm happy to see you doing so well. Thank
YouTube
you for
boxing.
Brightening my day.
That might be what you mean.
Smiling face.
I think the YouTube boxing's a joke. I did enjoy watching one of the Paul brothers get knocked out by Joshua, but YouTube boxing is shit, you know. I watched it because it was free on Netflix. They had that Misfits card the other week. Or it might have been on DAZN, but I have DAZN. Whichever one it was on, I watched it. It was the most disgraceful excuse for WWE nonsense I've ever seen. But I don't really think it's ruined boxing. I think it's brought more eyes to it, in the same way as Drive to Survive on Netflix has brought more people to Formula One, you know. It's not really for the boxing connoisseurs. It's not for somebody that enjoys boxing for a long time, but it's brought more people to it, and that's not a bad thing, you know. First loss, he'd won 14. Capitan, yeah, I saw that fight and I thought he was not good. I don't think Johnny Fisher's going to make it, dude. He might be a level below, but I don't think he'll make it to the same level as somebody like Dillian White or Derek Chisora or something like that. I don't think he's even that level. He might make it to like British heavyweight perhaps, but I don't think he'll be European or... YouTube boxing's nonsense, but like I would never pay pay-per-view for any of that, but if it's on, sometimes I'll watch it, but I wouldn't buy it. Mini, I like that your opinions are so categorical when it's just like your opinion, man. You know, like you don't enjoy football, soccer, but it's the most popular sport in the world, so you might not like it, but that's just what you think, you know. It's okay to think it too, that's fine, but it's still very, very popular, you know. Unky, thank you very much for the 13 months. Cheers for lurking, I appreciate it. Cheers for the support, dude, thank you. I'm feeling pretty happy at the moment, Unky, aside from the fact that Miss Portland is in Portland and I'm in the UK, you know, like, but I certainly, with the year I went through running up to March last year and moving into the house and moving in on my own, I didn't think I'd be where I am right now, you know. I'm very pleased. Has anyone seen Iron Mike? Really excited. Are you talking about Mike Tyson and fighting again? Surely he's not fighting anymore, is he? I hope not. I'm not really excited. They can show a 30-second clip of him training. It doesn't mean he can fight around for 2 minutes, though, because he can't. He's 60. Would anyone be interested in an official Winter Cherno server on Xbox? Well, Zach Parry. I guess people will let you know in the YouTube chat. One thing I can definitely say is that if you're going to launch a winter server, I would do so in the winter. Like, doing it in July is not so smart as doing it in November, if I'm honest. Right, just give me 1 sec, guys. I'm just hiding the blaze somewhere. The game seems much louder on the restart than it did beforehand. It's like all howling winds and shit. You can hear which direction I went. Excellent. So yeah, I've hidden the blaze so that I can come and collect it later if I die. Holy gold top! I know, Kempus. I found a ammo box at a convoy yesterday. Oh fuck me dead! Oh good, server restart brings another series of rain for us. That'll be nice. They make a nice change. They've definitely increased hunting scopes. That's good. All right. Onwards. What do you think about the Eddie Howe departure? Tyrell, I am not surprised. I am really not surprised. Like they've sold Gordon, they've sold Tonali. It looks like Guimaraes wants to leave. They're really struggling to get the players in. I think he's won a trophy. He's a Newcastle legend, and starting a game from scratch, I can see why he's left. I feel bad for Newcastle. I do. I don't think I think they've had a decent run. I think they struggled being in Europe at the same time as competing in the league. After they'd had the great season and fuck me, that was loud, and qualified and whatnot, there was loads of people talking them up and this, that, and the other, and I can see why Newcastle fans were getting hyped. And I remember trying to say then, now that you're in the Champions League and you're having to compete on both fields, it's going to suddenly become a lot harder, and it has. And I think the whole PSR stuff makes it almost impossible, you know. I think Villa have done amazing to do what they've done, but you need to consistently outperform your wage bill for about 5 years to have any chance of breaking in there permanently, you know. Like, so unless Villa can consistently do it and keep getting in the Champions League and keep getting the extra revenue, keep getting extra fans around the world and generating more money, they just can't spend it, can they? They can't. How can Villa compete with less wages and less salaries, and less salaries for players and less money for transfers every season against teams that can outspend them and outpay? You know, like it's impossible.
Ah, hoi hoi.
Yeah, the Infantino stuff, Julie, is an absolute joke. It really looks like that's going to get kiboshed, though, which is good. The CONCACAF came out in support of UEFA and everything, and then the Asian Football Foundation, or Federation, sorry, came out saying similar stuff. So it's not going to happen. I think Infantino's finally realised that he's not a dictator that can do what he wants, which is good. How's your tinnitus been? Any better? It was a little bit worse after I got back on the plane. I think the plane was a bit loud. I forgot to put my loop earplugs in. I was using my AirPods, which have got noise cancellation, which is great. They're amazing. Until I rolled over and one of them fell behind the seat of the plane, and I had to get the steward to come and rescue it, and I nearly lost my AirPods. My Miss Portland bought them me for my birthday, and it was the first time I'd ever used them, and I very nearly lost one. So I put them away after that escapade. I think they're AirPod Pros, whatever they are, Captain. But Miss Portland bought them for me. I don't know if they're 3 Pros, but they're Pros anyway. They're amazing. The noise cancellation alone is just insanely good, especially for stuff like that. I actually wore them on my walk today. I was listening to a little bit of music. I lost signal, so I couldn't stream music for a while, but I kept them in for the noise cancellation. It was good. Yeah, they sound really good, crowd. They do sound good. I've never really experienced noise cancellation with in-ear headphones before, but I couldn't believe it when I put them in the plane. Like, the planes are really loud, right? But that's all you hear, so you kind of get used to it. But putting the earpieces in, and then the difference was, like, it was insane. It was like someone had turned the noise off, like the engine had stopped. What do you think about Jordan Henderson agreeing terms to Chelsea? I'm staggered. I don't mind that he's doing it. I don't mind that he's not, like, he's signing for Chelsea as a former Liverpool player. I don't really care about that. I'm somewhat surprised. I'm less surprised about him than I am Welbeck. I'm staggered about Danny Welbeck personally, but I know he had a really good season last year, but I can see they want some... They've got a very, very young team and they want some experience, but I'd have gone for... Personally, probably would have gone for Jordan Henderson and left Welbeck, but I don't think both is a smart play personally, but I think Xabi Alonso probably knows more about football than I do. I could see Jordan Henderson being a good manager. I wouldn't be surprised if Jordan Henderson is a manager like maybe somewhere like Sunderland or whatever, and then possibly Liverpool down the line, maybe. But I wouldn't be surprised if he is a manager. It turns out to be a good one as well. Funny that most United fans say Chelsea should get just Welbeck instead of Henderson. That probably makes sense, yeah. Fucking hell, that's the first Mosin I've seen. Sloth Dad, the players will all be coming back. They get a much shorter break, so the players will all be coming back kind of about now. The players from the World Cup will be coming back about now. They'll only get like 2 weeks off, and then they'll be back for pre-season pretty much. FIFA rules that they have to be off for 21 days after competition, I believe. Interesting. What does FIFA have to do with whether players play in the Premier League or not? I don't think FIFA can even stipulate when the players come back to the Premier League clubs, Rooney. You might be right, but FIFA have no say over the Premier League, over European competitions, you know? Like, the marksman doesn't fit on the Mosin, no. Sloth Dad, yeah. Well, the World Cup's every 4 years. The Euros are every 2 years. And so if you're in one of those, they don't get much time off, yeah. But on the upside, they're all on, like, even the average ones are on 100 grand a week. So at least they've got that going for them, you know. Have I looked at all into Frankie on PC's new server? Not yet, Skirit, no. I think it's probably a bit more modded than I would play, but I haven't really looked at it yet, no. Purely because I heard steps. Possibly a zombie. It's RP encouraged, but apparently a lot of people are shooting each other as one. I wouldn't be averse to that. I played a lot on DayZ Underground, which is RP encouraged. Are you the oldest DayZ streamer still going? Don't know. Don't think so. I'm only 38, dude.
I see you have some loot finally. Welcome back.
Did you see the bickering between Dom and Curtis? Not a good look, fighting over the captain's armband. I don't know what Curtis Jones is doing, trying to claim the captain's armband over Dominic Szoboszlai. I didn't see it, to be fair, no, but that... I don't know, like quite... I know he's more of a homegrown player, but I don't think he's got any claim. Like, he's been trying to get a move to Italy, hasn't he? I think Szoboszlai is a really good candidate, potentially, to be the next captain. The Zagorki bars are in there. I can't stop finding Zagorki bars. Every server is RP and PvE. Well, every server can be, but some servers are exclusively that, aren't they, is the point, you know? There are some servers out there where you're not allowed to just shoot people because you fancy it, you know? There are some servers that are much stricter, you know?
Hey Paul, TRMZ love.
Don't call me Al, thank you for the 52. Eck, thank you. Firedog, thank you. Garfy, thanks as well. Jack O'Neill, thank you very much too. Cheers for the support, guys, thank you. Physics, thank you too. SVD at Tissy. The SVD came from a convoy, dude. Thoughts on Bellingham? I think Jude Bellingham's world class, but I did think that before the World Cup, not just after it. I think Bellingham... I really was hoping Liverpool would get Bellingham when he went to Madrid. I think Bellingham is world class, and I think he could be our shining light in the Euros and the World Cup next as well. I'm sure he will be. I was actually eating the food to make space for one of those. Another one of those, because I've already got one. I should actually try to make rope. I am carrying some junk, aren't I? Fuck me dead. Not sure if this is a good time to see you, but seeing as we're 6 months in, it's Echo. No worries, Eck. There's every chance that might sink in at some point, but if I start calling you Eck on purpose, it's on purpose. Do you not get the I stayed here too long feeling in hunting camps? Yes, and then I just ignore it and then regret it afterwards. My read, yeah, I did kind of predict it earlier. Freshborns were on something like 10,000 views, which means that YouTube is doing this weird algorithm thing that it does. Roughly every 6 months it seems to happen, but it's nice when it does. So yeah, good. I don't know what the views are, by the way. I can't hear it.
Seriously, don't hide it in that bush. Have a coffee on me, man.
Never Ray. Thank you very much for the support. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Derivative Surfer and Never Ray, thank you very much both. Cheers. I mean, you're kitted to the point where you can actually play the game. I am, but I've only got like a full mag for the SVD and next to no spare bullets, so I was really hoping to find some bullets for the SVD. I've only got 4 spare bullets, so why I'm looting the hunting camps are for Mosin rounds, you know, I just can't seem to find any. Genuine question, how do you not get burnt out? I played for years and I take 6 months breaks in between each grind. Streaming is the quick answer, Luca T. Streaming is very different. It's like asking a radio DJ if they get fed up of listening to music, you know. It's not the same as listening to music every day. They're presenting the show kind of thing, you know. Like, streaming is very, very varied and it keeps it fun. God, that is loud. Holy shit. Nearly 4,000 viewers but only 530 likes. We can do better. Yeah, hit the like button. It's actually doubled. Hi Penny. God, a wild penny appears on YouTube. That's rare. But yeah, that's pretty healthy though. Pretty solid. Well, up the wazoo, the fact that it's my job helps, but lots of streamers get burnt out. There's so many streamers that have been earning money and doing something for a living but get burnt out, you know. It does happen. I think I could enjoy streaming just on, like, just chatting, you know, never mind anything else. So I'm not going to the next summer camp just yet. I'm going to try and find the helicopter crash site that we heard, which is somewhere on the way towards Sinnerstock. Might be in the field over there, but... She's bloody furious, eh? Damn right. We did talk about it just before you got here, Lost in the Woods. I think Fury wins that fight against AJ cozily. I don't think either are as good as they were, but I think Fury will beat AJ real easy. I think Pringa knocking him to the canvas twice in the first round was a scary, scary thing. If he was up against almost anybody else, I think he'd have lost. I think Pringa kind of didn't press the advantage, maybe got a bit gassed after one round, but if he was up against somebody like Dubois and he'd had that first round, Dubois would have knocked him out in the second round. And I think Fury has still got the class to beat everybody else in the division except for Usyk, if Usyk is back to his normal self. What do you think about Argentina's attitude in the World Cup? I think they were terribly sore losers. I think they were really bad losers after the final. I think their behaviour was disgraceful. I think that was bad. Beyond that, fair play to them for coming back from being like goals down, and their attitude in games coming down from goals behind and scoring late and getting through games like the Egypt game and the England game and stuff. It was immense, you know, fair play. But their attitude in the final was bad. Oh my god, the fucking rain on vanilla is insane. I think the heli was over there somewhere. I think it was fairly distant. I'm not sure.
Another day, another run.
Let's just make sure it wasn't over this way. Hey, at least you're not on Rainvonia. I've got to be honest, it's been raining on Chernarus as much as it does on Rainvonia. It's been done nothing but rain. I died on Chernarus. I died on Chernarus because of pneumonia yesterday. I've played Sakal since it came out, not all the time, but I've never had pneumonia in the game. And yet I managed to die on fucking Chernarus to pneumonia because it was raining so much. I got pneumonia before I well, not true. I found an axe in order to be able to make a fire about 1 minute before I got pneumonia. I hadn't found a knife. I was looking for a knife to make a fire because I was worried about it. I was starving to death too, so I started looking for food and then caught pneumonia, and that was it. Just going to check the hunting shop for some more Mosin rounds, and then there's a couple of helicopter spawns over here. I think the helicopter is up in the trees over there, but I could be wrong.
Hope things are going well. Haven't had time to catch many streams of late TRMZ love.
Hi Jay Will, thank you. First day back was yesterday, so I've been away to America land anyway, you know. But yeah, I'm doing all right. Thank you. Cheers for coming in. Thank you for the resub. Shrimmel, sorry. Thank you very much too. Cheers for the support, peeps. Fuck me, they're running zombies. I actually think...
Play Creedence Clearwater Revival. Have you ever seen the rain?
I think you should have asked for the Rickroll, to be honest. Surely. Michelle, thank you for the super chat. Hey Alexa, cancel. How come you're still rocking the shotgun? Because loot is hard to come by on this patch if you're on vanilla, Sir Jimmy. So the other option so far has been a UMP or nothing. Apparently SKSs are spawning in military bases, but I ain't found none of those. I like how it's sunny, yet it's still pissing it down with rain. I like that. That's great. There was a Vicar, but no mag, Jimmy. There was a Vicar, a convoy, but a Vicar with no mag does not make a secondary. Yeah, this is the old robot lady kid. We had for a short time an American robot lady because this robot lady got deleted for a while. But now she's back. And this time it's personal. Hi, Chap Zone. Hope you're good. Cheers, Connor. Thank you for finding the vids. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Do I have vitamins? Nope. No, I don't. But my immune system is pretty much maxed out, so I shouldn't need them anyway, unless I get shot or something. Obviously, the vitamins max out your immune system, but so does having really high... if your health and blood are full, and your food and water are really high, then you're at max immune system anyway, which means I should be in the clear, you know. Things can go a bit awry if you get shot. Miss Portland's got one of those Alexa dealies, and she can turn on the lights in different places in her apartment by just talking to the devil. I don't like it. I like switches. This is so bad. The dynamic in our relationship is definitely I'm the grumpy old one. Somewhat surprisingly, I'm sure no one, like, every time we leave her apartment, I go around switching things off. I've only been in the apartment 3 weeks, right, in my entire life, but like she's like, yeah, I can't help myself. I go around turning lights off, fans off, and all sorts. I didn't actually place where that one was very well, but never mind. We're not going to call the neighbourhood, yeah. See, this is an interesting topic. Now, I'm not trying to start this to try and win some... like, we didn't have an argument, actually, at all, which is nice. But, like, my thought on a fan is that it doesn't really cool the room. Like, guys, what do you think? Do fans actually cool a room? Or do they just cool you? You know, like... If you're going out for half an hour and you leave a fan on, it's not any cooler than if you turn it off, is my belief, right? Because the fan just moves the air around and it just cools you while you're sitting in front of it. So a fan helps keep you cool, but my belief is that fans don't cool the room, if that makes sense. So, like, if I'm leaving, I turn fans off and stuff, you know. Now, I'm not saying Miss Portland thinks otherwise. We never really discussed it, but she was like, I'll just leave it on, we'll be back soon. And so, fair enough, it's your house, you know. But I always turn things like fans off. I never leave them on. That's a big base. It's a big base, is that? I don't have enough grenades to blow into that, so there's no point. I still think the helicopter was over this way, so I'm going to have a look. The missus leaves them on all the time, winds me up, Rinnick. Yeah, I think it's probably a fairly common dynamic, you know. Task, that sounds too complicated for me. I don't know what a Nusselt number is. According to Google, no fans do not cool the air in a room. Instead, they cool people by creating wind chill effect, moving outside air indoors, or evaporating water. In fact, the motor of a running fan adds a tiny amount of heat to the space. Yeah, that sounds right. I didn't even use the word Nusselt either, did it? So for those that aren't sure, I heard a helicopter land, and I think it's the one that's up here, so I'm just checking for it. We just heard another helicopter land, and I didn't really zero in on it properly, and I should have, but anyway, we're going to check for this one. In fact, there it is, look. Snipe, now that's not a sentence I thought I'd read. I piss some politics mouth. That's next level. I piss some politics mouth. Do you aim to kill everyone or co-op or something else? Hushi, normally I aim to gather all the gear and then get killed and then let them have it. You know, that's my normal play style. But I don't really have a set... Like here, we're right close to Tissy Military Base in the most northwesterly part of the map. If I see anybody with a gun in their hands, I'm going to shoot them. I'm not going to try and be friendly. So it depends who I see and where I am, but in a really geared area like this, heavily, I think it's not really worth trying to be friendly unless the player that I'm seeing really looks like they might be friendly, like running without any gun in their hand or whatever, you know. Otherwise, I'm not taking any chances. Scars apparently can spawn at helicopter crash sites, to answer the question that somebody just had. Yeah, apparently scars can spawn at heli sites. Fucking hell, there's an ice cream man outside. It's a bit optimistic. I guess it's nice weather. It's a bit late for that now. I didn't take the Vicar, did I? Let's have that instead. Right, well that was shite. Let's go. Hey Paul, welcome back. You're cheering me up after I got food poisoning 3 weeks ago and I've since shat my arsehole inside out 86 times. F me dead. That is insane, Slater. You got food poisoning 3 weeks ago and you're still getting over it. Dude, that was bad. That sucks. Yeah, I hope you're on the mend. It sucks if you get a bad stomach, but if it lasts 3 weeks, dude, doctors. Yeah, did you have some of that special lettuce from whatever place in Freedom Land was selling it? Taylor Farms. Does he? Or she? John, well, it's kind of the way the current vanilla patch is. It's really hard to get guns, you know. I probably can get an AK-101 or maybe an AKM from Tissy Millie Base, perhaps. But the best guns tend to come from convoys and heli sites and whatnot, so I've been looking for those, you know. I did find a blaze with some bullets and I've stashed it, but yeah, and a scope, a hunting scope too. Something that definitely seems to have changed. Hunting scopes and blazes are easier to find than they were on experimental, so getting a hunting rifle is not impossible anymore. Honestly, I think if the devs just changed the plate... sorry, not the plate. If the devs just changed the stab vest, I think the loot being harder could almost be palatable, you know? Like, the stab vest one is the one that's the absolute killer. They just need to... You know, put the stab vest back to how they used to be and then let this patch ride as it is for now. It'll probably be okay. But that's the only thing that's really properly killing it right now. It is harder, but it's not impossible. But not having a stab vest and getting killed by a repeater really easily seems just the thing that's breaking it, you know? You're supposed to point the fan out the window. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. I tend to think opening the windows if it's hotter outside than inside is a bad idea. Full stop. Have I found a scar yet? On experimental, yes. On stable, no. I'm just coming back here because there's a convoy spawn, so I thought I'd check. Unfortunately, there's no convoy spawn. Oh, it might be a bit premature. It might be just over here. So maybe there still is a convoy. It is. It's a bit further up. The convoy would be just there if it was here. Based on the fact that it's not just there, I don't think it's here. I should have been a detective, you know. If you have circulation on your thermostat, use it in the summer. What the fuck is circulation? Just like moving the water around without the radiators on, you mean? I don't think mine does that. Assuming the water in your radiators are room temperature, what difference does that make? Maybe the radiators upstairs get a little bit warmer than down, perhaps? I don't know. It stopped raining for literally 30 seconds on the server I'm currently playing, then started again. I just dried all my stuff. Yep, that's the vanilla experience at the moment, dude. Back in 2021 I got Listeria and it took me 3 weeks to get better. It was 5 days of puking and fever and 2 weeks of having zero balance. That sucks. Holy fuck. I would not fancy that. Water, radiators, what is this, 1915? All houses in the UK have central heating. Well, every house does, shotgun. We all have water radiator driven central heating because it's cold here a lot. Like, it gets used for like 5 or 6 months of the year. Even new build houses come with water radiator type central heating. Radiators contain a mineral oil that heats up, not water, mate. Dude, one of my radiator pipes got exploded all onto my pool table and it was nothing but water in it. It wasn't mineral oil that heats up. It was water. I don't know, maybe my radiators haven't got the right kind of mineral oil in, but I'm pretty sure it's just water in them, dude. Have any good food in the States? Of course not, Ganja. The food's awful there. Everybody knows. No, yeah, I did, dude. I did. My favourite meal by far was ramen. I had tonkotsu red ramen. It was fucking delightful. I had the same chilaquiles I had last time again. They were great. The salsa is just amazing. The last night we went to a... I can't remember if it's Singaporean restaurant. Ding Tai something or other. It was really, really good. I had quite a lot of different stuffs. But yeah, my favourite by far was ramen, but I had some other decent stuff too. The mineral oils are in electric radiators. Yeah, like we have like water, like central heating systems powered by a boiler. I ain't got the minerals, mate. I ain't got the minerals, none of. Did you have any good American food, like pizza? Pizza's Italian. I quite like pizza. We did have a pizza one night. It was only from... we went round one of Miss Portland's friend's house and we had a pizza from a takeaway place. That was pretty good. That was good. But yeah, I didn't... It was more of an American-y style pizza, to be fair. It wasn't like Italian style. Like more like thin crust, like Roma style, which is kind of my favourite. But I did have biscuits and gravy as well, and that was really nice. It was good. It's just tap water. I've installed the floor heating and radiators in my house myself. Yeah, well, I've seen the water coming out of the radiators. Like anyone that knows, my handyman that was putting up a picture frame for me managed to drill straight into the radiator pipe and water came pissing out of it. You know, it definitely wasn't mineral oil. It was water. Could have drank it. Might not want to drink it, but... When's Miss Portland coming to sunny Suffolk? She came in April, dude. Hopefully maybe... She's out of holiday entitlement for this year with her work, so if she comes again, and I'm sure she will, it will likely be in the new year. Fuck me dead. Fuck me dead. As a Brit, how would you describe the American biscuit? Biscuits and gravy. So the biscuit is more like a doughy, cakeified scone or scone. It's not like a scone can be kind of crumbly. It's much spongier and like bouncier, so it's a bit like a scone in size and texture, but it's a bit bouncier and a bit cakey-fied. Not to get too personal, but is Miss Portland from the Northwest or did she move there later in life? Shane, she's originally from Clarkston and Lewiston kind of area. So she's from kind of East Washington-ish. But lives in Portland for work. We did have reservations, Danimal. It was really good as well. It was so good. I am a big fan of ramen. I think it might be my favourite food. I really like egg noodles. They have got gluten in them, but I really like the noodles. They're really comforting. And like, just for whatever reason, the spice level just seems always bob on. I've only had it... Well, I actually had ramen twice. Once as a takeaway, or takeout, like a DoorDash type thing. And once in... The restaurant one was way nicer, but... I've had it 3 times now, the same sort of tonkotsu red, and the spice is just spot on. It's perfect. I really like it. I think I had it once in London years ago, but I wasn't, like ramen that is, but I didn't know what to order and I ordered the wrong thing, didn't like it so much. Slangani, but they are similar in size and looks to a scone. They don't taste the same, but that's the closest thing we have in the UK would be a scone, but it's much more cakeified and bouncy. I'm now hitting the further one, I think. me dead. I'm only here looking for Mosin rounds. Can I find Mosin rounds? Can I? Fook! Could you possibly have found someone any further away? I definitely could have, Ray. I could have found someone from Australia, couldn't I? You know, like I could have done, yeah. But that's the thing when you find someone, you're probably not looking, and then you find someone, and things happen, don't they? You know. I'm certainly very glad to be in the position I am. The 5,000 mile flight is a bit of a shitter, you know, and we've only seen each other, and it's only July, but this year we've seen each other for 5 weeks in total, and it's now 7 months of the year completed. You know, we're about to start the 8th month of the year tomorrow, but I'm still glad to be where I'm at. You know, I didn't think I'd be where I am with somebody. I really didn't. Right, I'm going to have to drop some shit. I need to... I'm just carrying too many things. There we go. I'll drop one thing. That'll fix it. And then I'll take a can opener that I can't even use because I don't have a can. Makes sense, I think. Yeah, I've got two cleaning kits, Garrett. I don't think I need 3. Oh, nice to see you back in the chat, by the way. Do you think you'll move to the States if all goes well? In the very, very long term, Hushi, I would quite like that. That'd be an adventure to move somewhere else. Like, I can move somewhere else while streaming, but... I've got 2 kids that are still at school, dude, so that makes it somewhat not likely in the meantime, you know. I've got kids that need to be like prepared for adulthood and helped hopefully into university and whatnot. So in the short to mid-term, no. In the meantime, yeah.
I fuck your potato.
Why the heat pack TRMZ? Chernarus is pretty warm. No, Mr. Medium, I died to pneumonia on Chernarus yesterday, and I've never had pneumonia on Sakal even. It rains almost all the time on Chernarus now, and when it rains, you get cold, and the speed at which you get pneumonia at the moment is insane. So no, it's actually something to be wary of. It's literally rained most of today. Why is my knife not coming out? It took like 4 attempts to switch to my knife. Fuck's sake. I know, pneumonia on Chernarus. I was starving, and I'd been light blue for ages, and I got a cold, and I seemed to have flu for about 10 seconds before it went to pneumonia. It happened all very quickly. I'd only been alive on the map for about an hour. why I'm checking the medical now. If I find some tetracycline or something, I'll swap the heat pack out for that, or the can opener or something.
Haven't been able to catch a stream in a while, been a crazy work schedule. Hope you had a great vacation.
Aztec, thank you. Yeah, it's only my second one back from it, so you've not missed too much here anyway. Some might say you've not missed too much here even if I've been live every day, but that's by the by. Aztec, thank you very much for the support. Hopefully things calm down. Thank you. Garrett, thank you for gifting Hushi the sub. Appreciate it as well, dude. Thank you. Mick Road, thank you. Dresh, thank you very much too. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. It's really quite dark. I can't see shit. Oh, good. And there we go with some more rain. Did you miss it? You didn't give me very long, did you, Garrett? 3 minutes. When I caught it myself, it was 3 minutes. It's still 3 minutes ago now. The impatient man's. Oh, come on, you fucking fuck. Come on. Yes. You might have meds, mightn't you? Come on. Then. Right, come straight in this time, please. Demacanis, thank you very much for the resub. Less than 3. Oh my god, the prematuring is definitely in what I said, not what I said in the last 2 weeks. From memory. You did indeed. Garrett gifted you the sub, Hushi, yeah. What the hell is that stamina bar? Dude, this is actually quite high for me, especially given that it's raining. If you're wearing a plate carrier and you've got a few guns, then when it rains, you're fucked, you know. The plate carrier alone is 22 kilos.
Looks like you've found the epic loot.
Just can't find a secondary. I might maybe go to Tissy. I'm just checking for a heli site. We heard another heli. I think it's more to the east than here, but I'm going to check around this way towards Vavalovo and then head across that way for now. Does Miss Portland watch your stream? I hope not. Are you moving to the USA? No, Kelly, no. Not in the... Someone just asked, so I'm keeping it shorter, but... Well, I'll answer it the same, I guess. But I've got 2 kids at school, so I can't really... I'm not going to move, like, to another continent and leave my kids... My kids don't live with me, they live with a mum, but... They need me still, you know. I'm still a big part of their lives. They're coming here tomorrow for 2 weeks, you know. Like, I'm not in a position where I can leave the kids at the age they're at, no. When they get through school and get to university and whatnot, the youngest one is 14, so that would be at least 4 years away. Then who knows, you know? Like it could be an amazing adventure down the line, but I can't do it right now, no.
Wife gets mad when I swear at potatoes. Chai.
That seems perfectly rational, Rob, to get angry at potatoes. I can see it. I don't understand, really. What's the problem? 2 weeks, no school starting over there. Most everywhere's on holiday at the moment or vacation from school. They were in America land as well, you know. So, no, the kids broke up. I think their last day was July the 15th. And they're off for like 7 weeks. But kids get like 6 to 7 weeks off. Nobody say it. It's 6 to 7. There's a word breaking it in between. Don't say it. Don't say it. It'll get timed out. But nonetheless, yeah, they get about 6 weeks or so off each summer. Cheers, Rob. Muggy, thank you for the super chat. Love the work, Paul. Have a lovely stream. Thank you. Oh god, this rain sucks. Commander Guy, we purge it. We don't really time out, but we do purge it, yeah. Why is it louder in here? That's when I stand on the toilet. Yeah, I think in America they get longer. I was talking, like Miss Portland's friend has got 2 kids that are of school age and they've got more than 2 months off. They've got way longer off, but our kids have it slightly differently. I don't know in America if they get more in the summer but less at other times, but my kids tend to be at school for about 5 weeks. So they'll go back after the summer holidays, then they'll do about 5 weeks, then they'll get a week off. They'll do 5 weeks, get 2 weeks off, 5 weeks, week off and stuff like that. They only tend to go in for 5 weeks or so and then they get another week off. Yeah, so yeah, that makes sense. So in America land, you get loads in the summer and then no breaks till Christmas. Whereas over here, they get more staggered breaks. You're starting school up in a week, are you, Matt? Yeah, well, the kids are always off the whole of August around here. It usually starts mid to back end of July, and they usually go back fairly early September. Very cool, Ruba. So I've logged out just for now, purely so I can have my protein shake. I didn't have a protein shake yesterday because I didn't do any weights and push-ups and it seemed stupid. So now I've had it today because I've done it. And I've only logged out because I'm just sick of the rain. I just thought I'd log out, take a little minute away from the rain and then go back in a sec. There won't be a queue because it's night time, right? Did you ever end up getting a scar? The most recent video shows me getting a scar, dude. I just died to a stream sniper, I guess, before I could use it. I think just quickly while I'm out of the server, I've got a bit of a headache. I'm just going to go and grab some headache pills. And I'll probably make another coffee as well. I wouldn't normally be so eager, but I see little point in going back in just now. We might as well wait out a little bit of the night time. Why the fuck not? So I'm going to go make a coffee, and then I'll be back. I won't be a sec. Hey Paul, do you keep your watches in auto winders? Now you've caught me, Hennes. I can't leave on that. Don't get a winder. Just wear them and then set them again when you need. Winders are actually quite bad for mechanical watches, like automatic watches, so I wouldn't get one. If you've only got like 2 watches and you keep the one you're not using on it, it's not so bad. But if you've got like a collection, some people have like 10, don't put them on watch winders. You're going to have to service them more often. It's actually a bad thing to have. People think they're good, they're kind of gimmicky, but they're bad. it's much better to let a watch rest and stop working every now and then than it is to keep them on a winder, because you still need to set them anyway. Mechanical watches over the course of a month are not as accurate as a phone or a Casio or something, so you're usually going to set them again here and there. But if you've got them on a winder, you're actually it's a bit like leaving your car running when you're not using it. It's not a good idea, you know. No way I have a Rolex on a winder, I only wear it once a month. Yeah, that's dumb. It's like leaving your car idling for a month so that when you get in it's warm. You know, like, not the best analogy in the world, but it's true. It's much better if you only wear it once a month, wind it manually and put it on your wrist, you know, like, that's much better for the watch than it is to it's important that it gets used, but if you're wearing it once a month, that's fine. It's better to wear it and set it every month than it is to leave it on a winder. What's a watch? It's what lots of people have, Luca, but not you. It's okay though, doesn't make you problem. Right, anyway, I'm gonna go make that coffee, won't I? composed your theme song. It's so catchy and I love the different themes of it. Jesper, the original one was made by a dude called Labisch, and it was copyright free. A lot of the others have been made. This one's been made by Nero, who's one of the mods, and he also runs, like, makes all the merch and does all sorts of other clever things. He made this changing server screen. Some of the others were made by Sound Engineer, and some of the others were made by Wilson as well. So there's a few different people that have made some of the different versions. Oh, fuck me. I made the coffee. I didn't get the painkillers. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 sec. I'll be back. Chair seems to be making my legs weird as well. I don't know. I'm just not used to all of this sitting in my arse streaming malarkey. Only 4 more months till the Christmas screen. Well, at least I turned the Christmas emotes off this year. Fuck me, Christmas. Didn't you say you were going to have the self-cam added? What's the self-cam? No self-cam, no. Holy shit, that's dark. There'll be a charity stream. Yeah, it's. I think I know the date for it. Although I think it's the 13th of December. Yeah, 13th of December is going to be the day the charity stream was. It'll be still for Alzheimer's Research UK. I've actually been talking to Alzheimer's Research UK a little bit.
Score some goals.
Couple of potential, like, interesting things this year compared to last year. There may be like a, but this is a maybe, but there may be a brief celebrity appearance on the next charity stream, possibly,
Back,
but
Paul.
that's
Hope
unconfirmed at
this
point.
Portland.
And there also might be a sponsor. There might be a sponsor of the stream, so there might be like a company, so the stream can be in association with someone, and they'll donate to the charity, you know. So that's also might happen too, which would be good. Kind of hopeful about that. That would be really good. Yeah, that's the idea, Shizen. Yeah, a sponsor that can that can donate to so the stream can be in association with somebody, but they will do like a donation match, which would be great. You know, if that can happen, that'd be amazing. Oh, fuck me. Dries clothes out. Somebody just said this, like, I wrung all my clothes out and then it rained 30 seconds later. Yep, welcome to DayZ, where it happens all the fucking time. The rain setting currently in DayZ Vanilla is perpetual. Rob, I don't have a great deal of experience with Movado, to be honest. I like the look of some of them, but I've never had one, never seen one, to be honest, but they look okay. Paul, have you heard about the new rule Karmakura is implementing? I have not, chicken. fire away. Have I heard of PC Specialist? I have, yeah. They make really good like PCs, like bespoke PCs to order. You know, you could check out what they do by typing !PC. Does Miss Portland's cat like you? She does, yeah, and she's quite she doesn't warm to many people. You know, she's very, very timid. So that's actually quite sweet. I didn't really know much about cats, but they obviously remember people well because when I was there in January, she was really timid around me. I was only there a week, but for the first half of every time I went into a room, she'd run out of it. You know, she was very much not keen. But through the course of the week, she got used to me and was like coming up to me and was being all friendly and stuff. And when I got there this time, she was like that from the off, which was great. They're doing away with camping, making it to where you lose stamina while camping but rewards stamina while roaming around. I'm not a camper, but it seems like well, they've had that for a while, Chicken. They have like a negative drain on your stamina bar and a positive drain on your stamina bar. That's been on Kamakru for a while. I actually think that's quite a good mechanic. You know, you can still stay in one place and you might lose a tiny bit of stamina, but if you're staying in one place, then you're not really bothered anyway, you know. But I quite like that you can earn a bit more stamina back by playing mobile. I think that... I guess I would because I play mobile, you know, so it suits me. But I think if you're staying in one place and you're hiding in a bush for hours and hours and hours, the fact that you lose a bit of stamina is not that big of a deal. You know, you can get up and run around and get it back if you want. Yeah, they've had that on Kamakru for a while, but I when I last played it, I liked it. I thought it was good. It's a bit like a soft skill, isn't it? You know, if you run around a lot, you get a bit better at running around a lot. You know, that seemed fairly good. Who wins the Premier League this season? Liverpool. Areola's gonna take them to the top. Liverpool, you know, they won the league the season before last. Everyone thinks they're shot to pieces. I think they're a couple of signings away from supremacy. Don't you worry. I think Arsenal are justifiable favourites, to be fair. They won it last year. Couple of signings, the same manager. They're in the box seat, aren't they? Arsenal will be justifiable favourites, I think. All the other teams are in transition. You've got Chelsea, who have been mad as a box of frogs forever and a day. They've got a new manager and things might be different, but it's going to take a while. Liverpool, seemingly in transition, got a new manager, probably going to take a while. Man United got a new manager who's been around since January, but still kind of got work to do. Not likely. Man City have just lost Pep Guardiola, the best manager in the world, probably. Could go any which way. Do you think they'll feature Chernarus in DayZ too? I hope so, but hopefully as a bonus, not as the main character. What's my top 4 prediction? Arsenal, Man City, Liverpool, and Aston Villa. But that's purely because I dislike Man United so much. I can feel the warm glow of second season disappointment in Man U definitely did better under Carrick, but so did they under Solskjaer at first, and then it all went tits up. You know, the devil in me is hoping for the same thing again, and why not? You know, like. Thoughts on England boycotting next World Cup? Matthew, it's not England, it's the whole of UEFA, so that's 55 member states of European football. I think it's the right thing to do because FIFA are not in a position where they should be selling any part of the World Cup or the commercialisation or the commerciality of the World Cup. It's massively profitable. They're making billions and billions from it. They don't need commercial backing. They've got literally billions of money in reserve. They don't need more money. They've got loads. If they want to give money to each of the different world federations right now, they've got the money in reserve to do it. It's about making the people that are at FIFA richer, like the person that's trying to drive it through, Infantino. So there needs to be no companies involved in hosting the World Cup. Yes, they can have sponsorships, but they shouldn't be involved in the commerciality of it, because as soon as companies are owning a portion of it, they're going to start changing it more and more and more. We've just seen it in the last World Cup with hydration breaks when it's not even hot, so that they can run more adverts. You know, we need to not have that. We need to not have companies deciding how football is played and changing the rules to suit the companies. You know, that's no good. So I think it's the right thing to do. I don't think Europe are any more important. They are valuable for football, but everyone should have a say, and I don't think that's wrong. But like CONCACAF have come out and said they don't agree with it. The Asian Football Federation has said the same. So I think it's the right thing. There was a question I found interesting. Steve the Human, can you tell us, in your opinion, what are the best things about playing solo in DayZ, and what are your objectives in the world as you do so? I don't really set objectives so much as let the game set me the objectives. So right now, my objective is to find more rounds for the SVD, because I only have 4 spare. And I'd really like to find a better secondary, because I've only got a shotgun and it's a bit shit. So I don't really set the objectives. I let the game set my objectives, you know. I found an SVD, so since then I've been looking for stuff to make it work better, you know. Like, the game sets the objectives for you. You just start with a blank slate and then let yourself get some objectives as you play, and that works fine most of the time, you know. And what's nice about that is that right now I'm looking for a secondary, I'm looking for some more bullets and whatnot. While I'm doing that, the game happens, you know, like somebody will shoot at me and I'll win or I'll lose. But a fight where you're looking for something else, you're not just going around looking for players hoping to shoot someone. When you're going around with an objective, even if it's like a mini one, the game then happens around you, and that makes it a lot more fun. So I like to play the game that way. I think it's much better. As far as the benefits of being solo, it's easier to team up with a random. If you're on your own and you meet a new spawn or something, you can team up and it can be really eventful. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's very good. It's very simple as a solo. You haven't got to consider anyone else. You can choose what you want to do. You see somebody, you can shoot them, or you can be friendly, you can run away. You don't have to consult with somebody else. If you're playing with somebody else, often you'll be playing with someone who wants to always shoot, who wants to always be friendly or whatever, and you don't sometimes get to play the way you want to, you know, like you can make the decisions. And something that's much easier is you don't have that scenario where you're playing with a buddy who sometimes ends up disappearing, and then you hear footsteps, you're like, oh, finally he's back again, fuck me, where have you been? And it turns out to be someone else, and you realise just as they kill you, you know. So the game's a lot more simple if everybody that you hear or see is a potential enemy rather than potentially your mate and you can't remember what he looks like. Downside to being solo, especially if you're not streaming, is it's very hard. There's an awful lot of downtime. There's an awful lot of quiet. You know, like playing DayZ with a friend or two in Discord or whatever is much more fun. You can chat shit and talk nonsense for hours while you're playing the game, you know. Whereas if you're solo, you're going to struggle. It's a lot harder to occupy the space. Exactly, Rick. He wants, if he gets this new company, Infantino's on for he's on something like 5 or 6 million a year at the moment. If he's the head of the new company, he can be earning 60 million a year. So it's in his own vested interest to 10 times his salary. You know, it's disgraceful. He's trying to push it through. It's not like there's all the member states of FIFA that are all meant to get one vote. And he's trying to rush it through without really talking to anyone about it beforehand. The only reason anyone knows about it is because it got leaked by the British press. That it's been leaked, and so they've had to fess up that it's what they were doing. Otherwise, it would still all be under wraps while he was planning it in the background. You know, like, it's a disgrace. He doesn't own football. It's an absolute disgrace, and the sooner it gets crushed, the better. Cheers, Shotgun. Take it easy, dude. Exactly, Hushi. Like, being a streamer, I can talk nonsense with all of you guys in the downtime. So I'm just coming up this way because there's potentially a convoy spawn. Up this way, we might find a scar. That would be cool. I think there was a lot of uproar, Smelford, but I think that was an absolute disgrace for sure. But it's very hard, really. It was so many people. There's so many people that don't really know the rules and what's right and what's wrong. That like you can actually it gets lost in translation a little bit. But yeah, that was wrong. Scott Marsh, good evening, dude. Cheers for coming in. I know you've probably been asked this 1,000 times, but what is some advice you could give somebody who wants to start streaming? Trent, if you want to start streaming, start. It's meant to be fun. You can learn as you go. It's a hobby. You can start with pretty much any tech. Start and try it. See if you like it. You might hate it. You might not. But if you want to grow a following and a viewership, then you need to learn to edit. You know, it's not enough to just start going live. And unless you happen to be the very best player in CSGO, or CS, I should say. If you start streaming, even if you are, you know, you could be the very best PvPer that ever existed in Tarkov or something. Doesn't mean you'll get popular because people might not find you or might not like the stream in some way. But the reality is, if you want to get a viewership, you need to start editing. You need to start making shorts. You need to start generating views with pre-prepared content, you know. If nobody knows who you are and you're just live, they're not likely to come and find you because they don't know who you are. You get people to know who you are by learning to edit and creating content that a video has the effort the effort's already done by you. So somebody's much more likely to click on a 5-minute video that you pre-prepared than a 5-hour stream when they don't know who you are. You know, so you need to learn to edit and make videos. If you want a viewership that's going to work, if you want to grow, not always is it the case, but if you look at most DayZ streamers, it's much more rare that somebody didn't start on YouTube. It still happens. Smoke didn't start on YouTube. He started streaming and he's done brilliant, and deservedly so. But there's way more people that started the other way. People like Tope Minder. Even in the early days, Jamjar and Mr. Blackout started on YouTube. Sour Sweet, like countless others. Like Smoke didn't, and I don't think Muller did, but Muller obviously does YouTube now. But so does Smoke do YouTube now, by the way. But ArmishZ's another one. Obviously, starting on YouTube and growing via YouTube and then streaming is a better way to go. Yeah, I'd say that's good. I'd say that's good. Having an unhealthy interest in whiskey, watches and football, yeah. I have to say, I really enjoyed Redbreast 12. I've not had it in a while, but I bought a bottle from Fred Meyer. It was on special. It was actually about the same price as it would be in the UK. I think it was about 55, 60 bucks, which is not cheap, but it's not bad for Redbreast. It was pretty good. I think it was $59.99. But it was great. It was really nice. Latany, I don't entirely agree with that. Like, I don't entirely agree with that. As Europe, we do really need the rest of the world. We don't really need the rest of the world. We can play UEFA Championship every 2 years without Muppets like Argentina. We are football's home. I think that's a little bit much, you know. That kind of thing is what puts people off English people too much. Is that attitude that like we invented football, so if you don't like it, we'll take our ball back. You know, I think it's nonsense. You know, I think the World Cup is a much better tournament than the Euros. Winning the World Cup, for me as an England fan, would mean a lot more to see that than it would. I'd love it if they won the Euros. It would be the second best thing I could see in sport, but the very best thing I could see in sport would be England winning the World Cup, right? So I don't agree. Like, I think it's not just about Argentina and Brazil. There's a whole host of other teams that really make the tournament. You know, a lot of the African teams are really getting better, and they are getting better. You know, like they're not bad at all. They're like some of the teams that played in the most recent World Cup, like they're decent. Morocco, Ivory Coast, Senegal, others as well. Egypt, you know, there's others too, but they're getting better. Some of the African teams England played, like Ghana, they were defensive and they were tough to break down, but they were good. You know, like there's been lots of teams from other countries that have took part and had big parts in it. You know, like there's only 8 teams ever won the World Cup. Like, certainly 3 South American teams have won it, you know, so I think they're quite a big part of it too. Better than Liverpool winning the Champions League? Yes. Yes, by far. I've seen Liverpool win the Champions League twice and seen them in the final and lose a couple of times at least as well. I've never seen England in the World Cup final, ever. How much do I donate to join a call with you and Miss Portland to just be a fly on the wall? 20,000, and half goes to her. I've not had poachine or putain. Putain. I've not had it, no. Right, I'm going to have a look at, apparently DMR spawn at the tents, so I'm going to have a look at that. $20k, what currency? British pounds. That might be the single weirdest comment the streamer's ever had. I think it was a joke, but it's certainly not. Trust me, I've had much weirder. What was the ramen you liked so much? It was only kind of fairly standard stuff. It was tonkotsu red ramen, pork with pork. But tonkotsu red is kind of spicier, and it's really lovely. I'm going to go for that. I might get a line for it. I think it's the other side of Tissy. I had quite a few disconnects yesterday, Sudo. I don't think I've had one today though, but I had quite a few disconnects yesterday. Any idea which is better, better the Scar or the DMR? At range, yeah, the DMR is massively better. The only thing that beats the DMR at range is the SV98. The DMR is insanely powerful. The Scar is not as good at range as the DMR, no. So should we at least use the correct name, Laura, instead of Miss Portland? I prefer using Miss Portland. Her name is Laura, but it helps me. Like, a lot of what I say and a lot of the stream is, it's not autopilot. I thought for a second I saw someone. It's everything flows, right? If I keep in my head, if I keep saying Miss Portland, it compartmentalizes. Start again. It compartmentalizes things a little bit for me, and helps me to not start saying things that I don't want to say. You know, I don't like talking about people that are close to me, like my kids, and like often with my kids, I call them the older one and the younger one, or the bigger one and the smaller one. You know, I don't use their names so often because it helps me to not start getting a bit too easily familiar and start saying things about my family and people close to me that I don't really want to say on stream, you know. I'm a very open streamer. I like to talk about myself and the tiny minuscule size of my cock or whatever else. I'm quite happy to share stuff about me, but I'm not so happy to share stuff about people around me because that's not for me to divulge, is it, you know? So the reason why I use a nickname for Miss Portland and also often for my kids, their names might not be a secret, but it just helps me streaming, you know. Come on, Paul. We all know you named all your kids Paul, kind of like George Foreman. I can't recall all of it, but there's a great comedy skit about the George Foreman grill. About should we have an on-off button or should we have a heat control and all that, you know, should we have this, that and the other. It's great. I would love to be able to retell it properly, but there's a great comedy skit about the George Foreman grill and how lethally dangerous it was, yet how popular it was. Satan's Kiss, yeah, I think it kind of helps me. I was thinking about that the other day because I've always done it. Like, I've always done the same thing. I was sort of like, but it's like a self-defense mechanism. It makes sense. I'm quite happy to share quite a lot of things. You know, I've even started an Insta. I've shared some pictures and whatnot, but I'm quite careful with what I share. I don't share pictures on Instagram of my kids, for example. I wouldn't, you know. Exactly, Solid. Exactly, yeah. Solid Fox. So I think it's kind of over there. There is another one actually over here. We should just quickly check. It might be that one. The George Formby grill, yeah. When I'm cleaning windows. Cheers, Corey. Thank you for the membership. Very kind. Thank you. Gillet, thank you for the gifted subs. Atty, thank you as well for the gifted sub. Kester, thank you too. So it's not that one, because it's normally there in that field. It's going to be this one that's over this away. That away. I assume if your kids or Miss Portland wanted the recognition for fame or clout or whatever, you would, though. Like, it's their decision. I think it would be our decision, but I wouldn't really want to start giving away details of my kids, so I wouldn't give them a choice. No. There's not many weirdos out there, but there's just enough, you know, like that would make me not put them in that position because it would be absolutely stupid. Now, my younger daughter has an account, and she occasionally comes into Twitch and chats and stuff, and I don't mind that at all. I have no problem, you know. But like, I wouldn't like get anyone to. I wouldn't out any details about her and what she's doing and stuff. That would just be silly. Exactly, Joel. Yeah, off switch and a power light. No, make it a guessing game with a 3rd degree burn potential. Yeah. I think that isn't the answer pretty much to everything. No, just put it on an angle. You know, should it have lights to tell you that it's on? No, just put it on an angle. Should we be able to control the heat? No, just put it on an angle. Like a Twitch username type of thing. Yeah, why wouldn't I? Yeah, of course I would. Like, no issue with that whatsoever. From the top of your mind, are there a lot of differences between the old mod version of Chernarus and the actual game Chernarus? If you're talking about the map has changed massively. Yeah, since it became standalone, the north of the map used to be Novi and Starry Sobor, and Northwest Airfield was the most northerly thing, pretty much. Everything along the northern route from Berezino, sorry, not Berezino, everything along the northern route from Svetlo all the way across to Sinnerstock didn't exist. The entire west side of the map, the entire north side of the map was just empty. Jimmy, thank you very much for the support, dude. Appreciate it. Cheers, Jimmy Flex. Thank you for the membership. Slightly worried about this. It's close to Tissy, so if anyone else was at Tissy, they may have come up too. It is just getting back from night time, and people leave the server at night, so you never know. That zombie got its arms out? No, it looked like it had its arms out, like it had aggroed. Fucking shit. Oh my god. Oh, I don't need that. Perfectly safe and reasonable place to eat some meat, I'd say. Two fucking helmets, great. Well, they will be dry. FAMAS. Nice. I'm a little bit disappointed that the best we found is boots on the back there. Oh, I put those there. I changed my boots, didn't I? Helicopter crash site loot seems a bit shit. The Mosin rounds, or in this case SVD rounds, are pretty useful, but I'm still somewhat surprised that that's all we got. Yeah, a UMP at a heli crash site is shit. I actually think that's like one of the lesser issues with the current loot economy or central economy, whatever. But I do think that the amount of guns that spawns on heli sites and convoys is too high. I think UMPs that are spawning in low-tier military bases shouldn't spawn on heli sites. I feel like... I don't think a heli site should always be a guaranteed good gun, but I feel like it should be maybe a Vicar or something. Vicars are decent, by the way, but I don't think it should be some shit UMP that you turned down 3 hours ago, you know? Like, I don't understand that. I think it should be a certain tier of gun, very likely, and I don't think a UMP is it, or a Bison or some shit like that. I agree. I mean, it's very risky. That helicopter is so open. It's such a risky thing to go to. So the idea that you risk it and then when you get there, there's only a UMP. It just... The risk reward doesn't seem massive, does it? You know, like... There seems to be too many convoy and crash site guns. On average, how many helis spawn on Villa at any one time? I'm pretty sure it's 3, the same as Zagorki says, J-Mar. I think it's 3. But there's something like 60 potential places that they can be, so yeah, you could play a while before you hear one crash or see one. Terry, I've not seen a soul today. The nearest I got to a player was a dead zombie, which is kind of annoying, but we're getting there. I've got no burning bee hassle. I've been very good with the pixel rotation or the pixel cleaning, whatever it's called. I pixel clean it every day before the stream. So you're meant to do it roughly every 8 hours. But I do the pixel cleaning every day. Like my kind of my routine is that I use the PC however I need in the morning, but when I sit down to have my dinner just before I start just before I start streaming, I always just put the PC back on and I do the pixel cleaning thing. I've got no burn whatsoever. Convoys don't make a noise when they spawn in, no, Walter. I did also turn these down. I turned the hood down in the game, which might help a touch. What is pixel cleaning? Any OLED has basically it. I've no idea what it actually does, but it takes about six minutes or so. My main TV has it as well. On the TVs, like my TV, when you turn the TV off, once in a while it does it for you. It just does it automatically. So it sort of goes into standby mode, and you can't turn it on for 6 or 7 minutes, and it cleans each pixel. It does something to the screen to help to stop the pixel burning effectively. You know, it does some wizardry. Right, I'm not going over there just yet. I actually want to go back towards the tents. I might go via the radar. It recalibrates the pixies. It refreshes the pixels with new colours so it's not stuck on the same ones. Wait, burning is still a thing. Well, OLEDs are more susceptible to it, Darth. OLED TVs are more susceptible. It's actually possible. It's always been possible to get screen burn, even in an old CRT TV. It's possible, I think, even on an LCD type or but you have to really try hard to make it happen. But OLED, as ever with these things, the thing that delivers you the best picture quality also sometimes has the potential to give you some issues, you know, and that's always been the case. You know, plasma TV, when they first came out, they were way better than LCDs at the time on bigger screens, but they could get burned, you know. Cheers, Danimal. Take it easy, dude. Apple, thank you for the sub, dude. Cheers for the resub. Thank you very much. Cheers, Apple, dude. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. Oh, dear me. It's weird. I actually thought I'd feel a bit tired yesterday. Like, I know I streamed 7.5 hours, but usually on my first stream back, I feel knackered. Like, way more than usual. Because you get kind of into the swing of things. You get used to streaming, right? I didn't feel tired yesterday. I felt pretty good today. I think I'm a bit headachy as well, but I feel fucked today. I didn't sleep brilliantly well. I'm still not completely back on UK time, I don't think. I woke up in the night and couldn't get back to sleep. And this morning I've done push-ups, weights, and been for the walk. Oh, that's nice. This is where I was looking for the one that we found earlier. I wonder if there'll be anything at this one. Dream Void, thank you for the 43 months, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you. Paul, do you like to play on 90 to 100 pop or even 200 pop servers? What's your opinion on them? I'm old school and still prefer 60 max. I think Chernarus plays better between 90 and 100. I think the 200 pop servers are all made up, dude. I don't think they actually exist. I think 200 pop servers are spoofed. I don't think they're real. Don't quote me on that, but I think about 130-ish is about as high as you can really go. So anything that says 200 is probably fake. I like something like Zero. The server that Sacriel and Shroud used to run, that was about 100 pop as well. That was really good. I personally like about that. Karma Crew as well is 100. They're kind of good, but 60-ish is okay. I prefer probably just a touch more though. I'm pretty sure I found Glock mags in police stations, Gelid. Yeah. Scorpions only spawn at police wrecks now, like the dynamic police crashes. So you can't get a scorpion in a police station anymore. You can't get a stab vest for love nor money. Isn't Karma Crew 115? I'm not sure. I think it was 100 last I played. The one I was playing was the no basis one. But if you're playing on the regular Karma Crew ones with base building, that will take some of the players away because people are, I don't know, whatever they do in their base. You know, like if Karma Crew has a lot of bases, and there's nothing wrong with that, you know. But if you've got, say, there's 100 people in the server, but there's bases, 20 or 30 of them are probably titting about, looking at whatever they've got in their base or whatever, you know.
TRMZ love TRMZ love TRMZ love TRMZ love TRMZ love.
Dexterous, thank you very much for the support, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my god. My noggin is a bit achy today. I don't like that. I did just take the painkillers. Hopefully they start working. I feel a bit shite. I've probably drank quite a bit of coffee, maybe. I'll move to water after this one. I've been drinking water as well.
I finally made it. I'm a millionaire now. It's only bum coin, but I can still call myself a millionaire, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Bum coin to the moon, dude. Thought I saw something beyond the heli. I don't know if it was a player or not, but might have been a zombie. Not that one. It was between. Yeah, it's that one I saw, I think.
Back again. TRMZG heart.
Cheers, TGX. Thank you. Cheers for the resub. I've just mullered your name some, but see, like coming back to the whole helicopter crash site thing. Why would you set MP5 handguards to spawn at helicopter crash sites? You know, like, what kind of dump is that? Why? Why? Tell me why. Holy shit. And the same goes for the mags as well. Oh, someone's probably been here. Oh, I think I was here. I think I dropped those, but there was a previous heli though. This is a different heli than the one I was at. So I was here and I picked up these gloves and I dropped those, and now this is a new heli that's spawned in since at the same place where the last one was. I also dropped that. I'd rather have that bag, but I don't think I want to fuck around with that for now. George Longboy, thank you for the follow on the YouTubes, dude. Thank you. I'm a little close to the... I don't think I'm going to go to Tissy. I'm going to go and look for the convoy spawn, and then I'm going to go... I think I'm going to go to the airfield. I fucking hate Tissy, and now I've got the baby AK. I kind of feel like that'll do for now. I think I'm going to quickly check the convoy spawn up over the way this way. It's not very far from here. It wasn't there before, but it might be there now. So I'll quickly check the convoy spawn, and then I think we might just head to northwest. I wonder if the Scar can still spawn on the C-130 planes. I'm sure it can, so I might go and check that. Yakety, I don't hate podcasts, but I don't listen to them. Not because I don't like them. I don't have any space to... Like, if I'm driving in the car, half the time, most of the time, the kids are in the car, so they pick the music. And when it's just me, I tend to listen to TalkSport. Beyond that, like when I'm out on a walk and stuff, I actually did... I've got some AirPods now. Miss Portland bought them for me for my birthday, but... I wore them today and went out for a walk, and I was listening to some music on YouTube Music for a little while, but I don't normally wear headphones, and I probably won't now because I'm like going out for a walk. I'm trying to get into the countryside and stuff, but don't really need the headphones, you know. But yeah, I don't listen to podcasts because I don't have the space, time. I do not, John, no. Well done for picking it up, though. Much better being present in the moment. One thing I did like, I was using YouTube Music and it played. I was listening to like old favourites, so I just let it play some things that I'd played but not for a while, and it played the classical track from Hannibal that Hans Zimmer has got something to do with. It's called Vide Cormium or something like that. And it's just really orchestral, classical music, which is not really my bag, but I really, really like that. And I was walking in this massive open field. It was a field of sugar beet, actually. So it was, but it felt absolutely amazing. I have to say, like the sun was out. I was walking in this big farmer's field, like along a footpath. I was allowed to walk there, right? There's a lot of footpaths in the UK. And then this song randomly came on I wasn't expecting, and I actually stood still and just turned around, looking around for about 3 minutes. It was fucking great. It was really good. So I have to say, like the right piece of music in the right piece of countryside was a bit of a winner. That was brilliant. I got quite euphoric, I did. Classical, definitely not 38. Well, I don't really like classical music, but it's from the film Hannibal. That's why I do like Hans Zimmer. I've listened to some of his stuff. Obviously, he does all the musics for all the films and shit, you know. I can't understand what the host is saying. I don't know what you want me to say. I'm sorry you can't understand what the host is saying, but I'm only speaking my language, you know. Right, where was I going? Okay, yeah, I remember. Airfield. It's that really strong Suffolk country boy accent, is it? You're right, bar? Yeah, it must be that, yeah. Were you disappointed by Tuchel's defensive tactics at the end against Argentina? I was quite impressed with my country, Norway, even though you beat us. I was disappointed, Fed. I was disappointed. It felt like the same old story. It's happened in the past. Under Sven-Goran Eriksson, we went 1-0 up against Brazil and managed to chuck it away. Under Southgate, it happened multiple times. Same, it did in the Euros final. And it did in this as well. But I think, to be honest, even though England were 1-0 up, they were never the better team. I'm disappointed that slightly with Tuchel's tactics, but the players themselves have a lot to blame. Like his tactics fed into it, but there was a big gap between him bringing on players and England were defending like there was 1 minute left in the game straight after they scored. So I think his tactics weren't ideal, especially when we were playing 5-3-2. There was 3 people in midfield, basically all close together. There was massive gaps for the wings of Argentina. We were so open. And it should have changed to 5-4-1 sooner than it did. And maybe we might have held out for a draw, perhaps. But even still, it was disappointing. But the reality is Argentina were at least as good as England. On the day, they were better than England, you know. England underperformed a bit. It's so frustrating to see them let the shackles off and score 6 goals in the third place stupid game. But I think that just shows what pressure does. You know, there's no pressure in the third place game, and it showed what they could do offensively. But against Argentina, when it mattered, they went 1-0 up and then retreated into their shells. You know, I think until England have won something, even if they get over the line and they stumble through, if they were to win something, they could then play with a bit more freedom the next tournament or two. But if they ever win anything again, but I don't know. England had a good World Cup. They finished third. I think it's great. I think Jude Bellingham is truly world class, and that's good, you know. But it was frustrating. I do think the players shoulder a lot of the responsibility along with Tuchel, though. They did it before he even made any substitutions. Yeah, I know that, JG. I've been checking them before. That's where we're going now. But I know about the dynamic crates at the 2 planes. Yeah, I got absolutely no luck at those on experimental when I was playing it. I died 2 or 3 times at those planes, but I never found a scar. Happy corruption was saved from football. Well, I don't think the FIFA thing is completely out of the woods, but I think his number 1 advisor resigned this morning over it. So I think he's hanging himself out to dry. He's so determined to get this pushed through so he can earn 10 times his fucking salary. You know, I think Infantino. I did say this after the Balogun thing, and now even more so. I don't think Infantino will be still at FIFA soon enough. I think he's going to get ousted. Is this official? Only socks. It's vanilla, but not necessarily official. Paul, are you ready for... Oh, shit. Are you ready for the Premier League champs to add Vinicius Junior and whoever else the other one was? Bruno Guimaraes. Yeah, I am. And then they're going to score only from fucking corners again all season, despite having those players. I did say earlier, I think Arsenal are worthy favourites for the Premier League this season because of all the transitioning that's going on at other places. I don't think Arsenal last season were stunningly brilliant, but they were worthy of winning the league. I think there's a chance that one of the other teams with a new manager, or newer manager in Man U's case, but it's possible City or Liverpool or Man U might spring a surprise and be a lot better than people are expecting. But we shall see. You know, I think it's Arsenal's to lose if they play their cards right. I think Guimaraes is a good sign-in. Vinicius Junior might be amazing. He is world class, but you never know when someone comes from somewhere like Real Madrid to the Premier League. You never know until they've had 6 or 7 games, whether he'll actually settle and be as good as you hope he will be. You know, the Premier League can be a bit different. It can take a season. I still think Wirtz is going to work out for Liverpool, but he wasn't exactly sparkling last season, you know. Have you ever considered going to Pete Tong's event he runs at the O2? Ibiza Anthems with a 50-60 piece orchestra. That sounds kind of fun. I've never been hugely into the sort of music that Pete Tong would normally play, but that would be kind of cool, Sean. Yeah. I'd probably like to go to, you can go to a film that's played with an orchestra, you know, so you can get the orchestral version of the soundtrack. That would be kind of fun as well. I'd like to go to see Hans Zimmer, actually. I think if I was going to do anything that was orchestral, I'd like to... Hans Zimmer does live shows. That would be fun. Yeah, the kill I got yesterday I don't think was clipped because I died in the same clip, so it would have gone on the last death rather than the last kill. Enki, it was great. It was great to spend 2 weeks with Miss Portland again. Looking forward to going back in October. I've managed to leave a pair of my shoes there, which is annoying. I bought a couple of pairs of fancy trainers. For me, by my standards, they were stupidly expensive. But I don't wear them very often. I wear them for going out and shit, you know. So I left a pair of those there, which is stupid. But anyway, it's fine. I'm going back in October. No, they're made by a company called Santoni. They are pretty fancy, but I got them on a good deal, which helped. Exactly, Pinkster. I've got to go back now, yeah. To be fair, the flights are already booked and I'm definitely going back, so I don't need to create some kind of faux reason, but yeah. What does uni mean? University. Uni is university, so it's like college in America, I guess. How did you meet Miss Portland? In San Diego in October last year when I went for TwitchCon. It could also mean, like you say, uni might also mean like one, as in unicycle or unibollock. She does play games, who she? Yeah. What whiskey did you end up getting for her dad? I didn't get her any. I wanted to take a bottle of get her any. I didn't get him any. I wanted to take a bottle of Boona Have an 18, but I couldn't get it for the right price, and then found out that he wasn't likely to be around so much because he had to work. He was hoping to get like a rotation on his shifts where he could be available to go to this family reunion, or at least be there when we were there, but in the end he wasn't going to be there, so I didn't get any, you know. However, he did end up finishing work early on the Saturday, so I did meet him, but only for about 45 minutes or so, maybe an hour. But he just worked an entire week and then driven quite a long way back to his house, so we only stuck around for a brief while. We also had a 5.5 hour drive to get back to Portland from Clarkston, Lewiston kind of area, so yeah, we only met briefly. Hi, Just the Tip, hope you're good, dude. There is another convoy spawn over here, and even if the convoy's not there, I should check the Humvee, because the Humvee can spawn decent stuff. James, yeah, I know. Sorry, I've just seen your message, but I just talked about it, hadn't I? But yeah, I know where the convoys are, dude. Did he pull out a shotgun and give you a talk? No, he didn't, Jeffro. Are you able to drive in other countries with your driving license? Yes, I am, Fox. I actually have never driven in America land. Miss Portland did all the driving, but I wasn't insured on her car. And it's just as well that I wasn't driving, because we did end up getting totaled on the Saturday on that drive back I just described, the 5.5 hour drive back from Clarkston, Lewiston kind of way to Portland. We got 5 minutes from her house and got hit by a car, and the car was written off. So if I'd been driving, it would have been somewhat dodgy, because her insurance wouldn't have covered her, and that would have been bad. So yeah, it's just as well. I'm going back again in October. I am hopefully at some point going to drive a bit, because I would like to get used to it. I'm more than capable. Even just driving around for the last 2 weeks as a passenger, you can start to get the patterns for the roads and everything. It's very different though, because it's not just that they drive on the right hand side. The road system is very different.
It really cheered me up to see how I take the ring off my wife's finger, get out of the church and go drinking with my best friends.
Fair enough, Frag. I'm sure you're happily married, really. Yeah, it's not just that they drive on the right. The roads are very different. Like I keep looking for roundabouts, and they're all intersections and traffic lights, or not traffic lights, and like stop junctions and like red lights, but you can turn right only and shit. So learning the meta for certain things will take me a little while, you know, like the amount of places where there's a red light, but if you're turning right, you're allowed to go, you know, like that's second nature to somebody that lives there, but it's not to somebody that isn't. Yeah, the one thing that is a shame, let's just get this out of the way quick. I'm not looking for a solution here, and I'm not going to stream while I'm in Portland, but when I go to Portland in October, I'm going from the 8th just for a week. So I'm only there a week, but Badlands is releasing in October. So there's 4 weeks in October, well, 4 and a bit weeks. Any money you like, Badlands releases while I can't stream. Fuck me dead, an SV98. I have got the marksman scope, but I think I might as well drop that. I was keeping it in case I got a DMR though. I might pick it back up again in a minute. I don't know. Soggy, if I can find a scar, yeah, I'll absolutely take it. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have a look at the ammo on the roof, Frost. I'm going back that way. I've only come this way just to load up this mag. Are there a lot of space for pedestrians to walk? In America Land, yeah, there are, but if you're in a... Everything's all in blocks and, like, waffles, so it's, like, around the area where Miss Portland's apartment is, it's mostly quite built up, and it's a lot more like shopping and, like, restaurants and banks and fucking everything everywhere, but all in blocks, so walking around it is kind of awkward because the roads are really busy. It's kind of intersections and whatnot, so where that is, it's much easier to get around by car, but there's plenty of... You can walk everywhere, but every block you've got to cross a busy road and wait for lights and shit. It would take ages to get anywhere. They're ACP rounds, so I don't need those. That pretty much describes all urban America. It's a shopping mall. I do find I find it crazy. Like you'll go past a McDonald's, and then like 5 blocks on, there's another McDonald's, and the same for other things as well. Like lots of different things. Like you'll go past whatever restaurant you can think of, and then there's another one not very far away, and you'll go past a Trader Joe's, and then like another mile down the road there's another one, or a Fred Meyer, and then round the corner's another Fred Meyer. It's insane. I don't know where all these people live that are there's obviously a lot of people there, but nonetheless it's yeah, and you do see like a lot of Starbucks and stuff. I have to be honest, I somewhat like, not people that watch the stream regularly know that I'm not the biggest fan of Starbucks, but well, let me get that right. I'm not the biggest fan of Starbucks UK. That's more to the point. But obviously going to Seattle and going to Pike Place Market, I saw the original Starbucks, and my daughter loves the strawberry acai, and she really likes Starbucks. She's only 14, but I think going to Starbucks for her feels like kind of grown up. I think she really likes it, so she was quite jealous that I'd seen the original Starbucks. I sort of took a picture of it on my phone and sent it to her, and she was kind of jealous. I don't dislike I only drink Americanos from coffee shops more often than not. Did you go Dutch Bros Coffee? They're like crappy Starbucks, but people like it. Didn't crowd control. No, Miss Portland has an independent place she likes to go to, so we were going to that. We went to Starbucks once or twice as well, but not normally when we were near where she lived. That actually will set off, I think. That's not spawn there. Someone's left that there. That's cruel. That's really cruel. However, you can easily see it. What the fuck was that? I didn't queue for Starbucks, Smiling. I didn't go in, but it was interesting. Aren't Americanos just called coffee in America? No. Americanos are still called Americanos in America. How was Applebee's? It was alright. I didn't go by choice. I didn't go against my choice, but we were meeting somebody from Miss Portland's family, and they wanted to go to Applebee's because it's near to where they lived. We went to Applebee's in Lewiston, and I had some kind of burger with bacon and whatnot, and it was alright. It was pretty good. It was okay. I also had an old-fashioned. It was kind of fun. It was kind of funny. I asked for an old-fashioned. Oh, shit. Doesn't make sense to take that. He's going to go on con where I can't see him. Shit, 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 shit. Oh my god, what a great shot. Fuck me. I think he saw me as I saw him, unfortunately. Hopefully the bush might save me. That sucks. So there's one in front and two behind. I did decide not to shoot, which was right. They are geared to the tits, these guys. I must have only hit the first one in the arm because I staggered him but didn't even knock him fucking unconscious, which is kind of unlucky. How come I'm alive again? I only got knocked unconscious. I got hit in the plate carrier, so I got knocked unconscious. That's why having a vest is really important. If you get hit in the head by a big gun, you die. Even with a helmet on, at closer range especially. But if you get hit in the chest and you're wearing a plate carrier, you go on-con and you get up. Just seen one of them running right to left there. That shot's indoors. It's the edge of a rock. He was running across from there, going towards those trees. I think I've got to keep moving down this way for now. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I seriously doubt my grenades did much, but... like my M79s, but what they will have done will have stopped them pushing towards me, which was all I was really shooting them for. I needed to buy some space to get away. I think he went towards these bushes there, but he may have carried on. I don't know. I still think they're near me. They may have pushed down towards where I was. I don't know. But one was definitely going right to left. Maybe they are surrounding you. Well, they don't know where I am now, dude, so I doubt it. Cheers, Candon Rush. Cheers for tuning in, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you. There was 3. There was 1 and then 2 behind. I think one of them had a suppressed SVD or an SVD of some sort. They were very geared, all of them. I only hit one of them unless I got a lucky hit with the M79, which I sincerely doubt I did. You never know though. I had like 2 or 3 hit shots. I think 3. If I'd have been a bit more on the ball and already had the M79 in my hands, I could have killed those 2 that were close with 1 hit if I'd have got it right. It's quite hard at close range. You can easily loop it over, but...
Looking forward to heavy metal football at Anfield this season. Sign of the Horns.
Gee, bro, yeah, I hope they play better football. I really hope that they can get some decent signings over the line. Like, it feels like the plan is to try and get Barkala and then play Ungamoa on the right. I could be wrong, but that feels like what they're going for. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully they can get a few people in. Like, we'll see. I think left back's still a somewhat of a concern. Like Simicast as being the second choice right back and Kirkes being the first choice might be a worry too. Centre back's not ideal. Like there's some issues, you know. Thank you very much for the resub, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going to try and get to those trees, which is where I think they may have gone, but I don't think they're there now. They could be.
Should never have gotten rid of Robbo.
I don't know. I know Kirkes didn't settle in, but you can't keep everyone that's over 30 forever. I think he's been an absolute legend, but I think his best days are behind him. I think under Iraola, you'd expect Kirkes to come good, you know. Iraola was his manager at Bournemouth. I suspect he'll be okay. I think it'll work out, but yeah, it might be a regret. I certainly think Kirkes and Robertson seems better than Kirkes and Simicus, for sure. I don't think it's our biggest problem. I think we've got bigger problems on the other side at right back. I think Connor Bradley's not quite trained on, and Frimpong ain't it. Oh shit, put the gun away. I think he was going down to there, but he may have just been going down towards the airfield. I actually think I'd be better off with that SV98 that I left behind. It didn't have a mag though, I don't think, but the SV98 with the marksman is, I think, better at sniping than the SVD. The SVD scopes on vanilla are just kind of bad.
Have a great weekend, everyone. TRMZ love.
Cheers, you too, Gravedigger. Thank you very much for the crazily long resub. Iceman, thank you as well. G-Bro before that. Thank you, Prometheus, as well. I think that last shot sounded more like it was towards Vibor. Certainly sounded indoors as well. There was some shots on the southeast side of the airfield too. Sorry, southwest side of the airfield.
Just here to see a master at work.
You might be in the wrong place. Cheers, Bitmap. Thank you. GXX, they've only signed one centre-back, haven't they? Jeremy Jacquet. Sergio Leone got injured in his first game. I don't think they've signed two centre-backs, have they, this year? But I think the Italian dude looks like he might be good. He was playing well in that one game he played. The scope is just not very easy to use at range. It's not that accurate. The PSO1 scope is a little bit better. It doesn't have the best zoom in the world, and the reticle is not one that I get on with very well either. So hitting shots at range is just harder with this scope. The PSO1 is a little bit nicer purely because the triangle is smaller. It does help. And there is a PSO6 which has got more zoom, but it's kind of awkward. The variable zoom on the marksman scope makes the DMR way better than anything that the this can do, or all the other guns that can take that scope, including the SV98. So I only came here just to double check. There was 3 players plus others down at the southeast there. I just wanted to double check this tree line a bit before I go into it. When is the Ariana's event weekend? Is it coming up soon? I know Ariana's got, like, someone's just asked about events there. There's an event coming up which is a Dear Isle event, I believe, that Ariana's hosting on a Saturday and a Sunday, but I can't remember when it is. Smacker, it was great. It was great to see Miss Portland for 2 weeks. I had a great time. Had some good food and went to some cool places and met quite a lot of her family as well. Met her dad, met a lot of her aunts and uncles and cousins and whatnot. It was good. Tiger Mac, thank you very much. Cheers for the 14 months.
Hope you had a wonderful trip. Welcome back.
Cheers, S-Free, and I did. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. DM her and ask. Well, I don't need to do that, Restore. I can find the answer out easily enough when I'm not streaming. I just thought somebody would know, so I asked you guys, right? It's easier. Do you still work in Bishop Stortford? I don't think I've ever worked in Bishop Stortford, dude. I've been a full-time streamer for more than 10 years, so no. How was In-N-Out? Didn't go to In-N-Out. I did go to Burgerville though, which is more of a fairly close to Portland thing. The raspberry milkshake was fucking divine. That was really good. FT celebrated 14 years on YouTube. That's crazy. We rolled over to 12 years on July the 29th, so 2 days ago. All this guy had was ice cream. I had a lot of Tillamook ice cream. It was great. I ain't never had a raspberry ice cream before. It was really good. It had like actual fruit in it too, and it tasted mostly of raspberries and cream. It was delightful. Very nice. 10 out of 10. Would have again. There's someone in there. You can't really tell. It's so hard to tell through that window. There are green boxes at the plane, so there's a chance we could get the scar, which is why I'm kind of contemplating it. Sposmo, well, cheers for tuning in. I appreciate it, dude. Thanks for tuning into the stream. I tend to stream Sunday to Thursday one week and then Monday to Friday the next on the whole, so... I've had raspberry ice cream, Robo, but I've never had a raspberry milkshake. Slightly different consistency. You're drinking it, you're not eating it. I've had raspberry ice cream before. Raspberry milkshake ain't a common flavour, you know. Milkshakes hit a bit differently to ice creams, right? Depends how they're made a bit, but... This has definitely been looted. If I said ice cream, I meant milkshake. It was a raspberry milkshake. Yeah, maybe I said ice cream, but I meant milkshake. I don't understand. Do you have a new girlfriend? Mike, shoot. We met in October last year. We've been seeing each other, or getting to know each other since then, and first met her in real life for the second time in January. So it's been a while, dude. They don't really work very well on vanilla, do they? That was from the ATC. Well, they ain't looking now. The fuck was that from? Sounded really close. So apparently there was movement on the top floor, which I didn't see. That's the top floor, right? I don't fancy shooting with this scope to there anyway, if I'm being completely honest, but... So he's on the top floor by the window then, is he? That one. So, yeah, okay, you do mean this window here. The other shot sounded closer, like maybe even back at the plane. I don't know what it was though, it sounded strange. Fucking hell was that? That was loud. Someone blew the petrol thing.
I feel really bad. I have been following you for years and this is the first live stream I've tuned into. Love ya, man. Keep running on.
Tem Official, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, we're getting decent views today. It seems YouTube's algorithm has decided to let streamers get views again, which is nice. Hopefully it carries on. That's great. Thank you for tuning in. Ultimoid, thank you for the very long resub as well, dude. Sorry it took me a while to see it. I've just seen him running right to left. And he's got a buddy. Excuse me, I think we're a bit far away from them. We might go up. Excuse me. Shit, that's close. Somebody's close. Yeah, someone shot really close to me, yeah. Sounds like it's that way. He's shooting Zeds, I think. He's to the north, I think. I've got somebody knocking on the door. Fuck's sake. With the frames. I've got to get to the door. I had to push. Sorry, there's somebody at the door, guys. I've got to go. He should have stayed hidden. You're missing the point, voiceover Pete. I had to push because I needed to get to the door because somebody was knocking on the door. So, like, it is what it is. It was only a fucking delivery, but I wasn't sure if it was one I had to sign for. So I couldn't even remember what it was. But yeah, it was. I had to go to the door. So yeah, sorry. The doorbell went. The timing was bad. Something else, I don't know if you could see it on the stream. I've not had any drop frames all day. When I went to go and push out, I was stuttering like fucking mad. I was really stuttering like crazy, like really framey. Like I don't know what was causing that. I've not had that at all, but... Like, as I was pushing out, it started stuttering really badly. Didn't affect the outcome. The dude could hear me coming and he had the big advantage, but I had to blindly push because it was either that or stay in the building and then go and get the door and then die that way, you know. Either which way I was probably going to die. You should take your shoes off when you push close quarter. Like, what are we not understanding about that I just pushed because I needed to get the firefight over immediately or go to the door? There's another one there, look. That's weird. I've not had that all day. Stay in the building. He did not know you were away. I don't know, Ryzen. I'd rather push and try and win than go AFK and come back and have, like, be dead. At least I got one shot off and I died. So what? You know, I pushed and it was a small win percentage, but I had a chance, right? I'd rather push and have a chance than go AFK whilst in a firefight and die that way. I'd rather die trying that way than stay in the building and then him throw a grenade in and it kill me or something, you know? But yeah, the doorbell went right as that started happening, you know? It's just bad luck. It is what it is. We've had such a slow day for PvP, and then just as I finally get some, fucking every turns up. Yeah, I think I might restart the game, to be fair. I think that's not a bad shout. That's a good idea, pawnbroker. Take my shoes off before answering the door so they don't know I'm coming, yeah. Right, guys, I'm going to quickly put my dinner on. And I've relogged, but it's 7:30 and I'm fucking starving. So it's a microwave meal. It takes about 4 or 5 minutes. So I'll be back once I've done that and then we'll carry on. Right, I'm back. I've got chicken jalfrezi, but I'm just going to join the server and eat it as we go a little bit. The streaming time sucks so much for US peeps. Depends on the type of person. I still get more views from America than anywhere else, Better Business. A lot of people watch while they're working from home and stuff like that, you know, it depends, right? But it's like, it's the stream slot I use, you know, it is what it is. I tend to stream roughly, let's say 2 PM till 9 or 10 PM ideally. That's about as unsociable hours as I really want to do, you know. In the UK, like streaming smokes hours would involve me not sleeping at night, which doesn't seem very palatable to me. So yeah, I think starting at 2 o'clock-ish in the afternoon is about as late as I want to start, you know. But a lot of people that watch me in America are watching while they're at work or at uni or whatever it might be, or working from home or whatever, you know. My local time right now is just gone 20 to 8. 7:42 is the exact time. Can you go back and loot your dead body? Not really, dude. It's too far. The body would despawn before I got there, but the guy that killed me will loot the good stuff anyway, you know, so that won't be there. Dead bodies, if you're playing on vanilla, dead bodies last half an hour to 1 hour. It's kind of random. It's no less than half an hour, but no more than an hour. But it takes about an hour to get back there, unless I got the luckiest car ever. By the way, guys, the microphone's a bit further away because I'm eating, so I might be a touch quiet, but I need the space between my mouth and the mic to eat. So yeah, it's too far away to get back. I have stashed a blaze with a scope and some bullets, though. What percentage of your viewers are from the UK? It's the second most, so it varies a touch, but the US is about 28 to 30%. I think the UK is like 24, 25%-ish. Not if you can run to the Northwest Airfield in 7 minutes. Yeah, that's true. Like that one dude, the special dude. It's so annoying that, though. I played all fucking day. Nobody's knocked on the door. I've not had a fight that was like that. Finally get a fight that was kind of decent, or it had a decent potential, a bit of a standoff. And the doorbell goes at the exact same time after nearly 5 hours. You know, that timing fucking sucks ass. I have, David. Yeah, I've answered it quite a bit. The trip was great. The trip went really, really well. I feel like myself and Miss Portland are getting on great and have been doing like in the long distance thing, but having another 2 weeks with her in real life, I feel personally like, well, I feel like I was closer to her when I left than when I got there, which is great, you know, very good. Shit. I've got a Ring doorbell with a camera crowd. But in that moment, trying to fuck around getting the camera up and mute the mic whilst in a firefight seemed like not an easy thing to do. I can give you a foul if you respawn in Berezino. Cheers, late, but I don't take gear in that way, dude. It's no fun to go and get kills like that, you know. Like if I take a foul from a viewer and then go and kill players with it, I've not really earned the kills, you know. Right, I'm just not moving for a sec while I try and eat some of this food. I probably am going to try the new Deer Isle patch, but because I'm not streaming tomorrow, I've got to go and get my kids tomorrow. I didn't really much see the point in starting Deer Isle today. I just thought I'd carry on with yesterday's SVD character that just died. I did also hide a plate carrier too, but it was actually at a Moschino Tents where you can find other plate carriers, so it seems kind of stupid to go there. Well, it'd be a good idea to go there, but I'll probably get the blaze first. To throw away potential video for a knock at the door, what would he do if he's taking a shit or someone knocked? It's almost never important. If it is, they can leave a note or text. How about I'll decide whether I go to the door or not, Amphibian, you know? Like if you don't... Why did I do that? How about I'll decide? If I was taking a shit and the doorbell rung, well, I'd probably pinch it off, wipe, and go and answer the door is probably what I'd do. Sorry. Sorry for answering my door in a way that doesn't suit you. Fuck me dead. The most amount of views we've had during a live stream on the lights out events across Twitch and YouTube, we ended up something like 17,000-ish, which was insane. Yeah, it must be Benzo. I really should have a butler who can answer the door for you at this point. Yeah. That's not a bad idea. I definitely need that. Still complaining about the loot, I see. I haven't complained about the loot just now, no. Oh yeah, we did have a fake quirk. Well, not fake, but a weird YouTube quirk where I ended up with over 50,000 one day. That's true. I love how people just chime in at every decision made by a streamer, just watch and pipe down. It happens, dude. It literally, like, if I hadn't answered the door and I'd waited in there, somebody else would be saying, I can't believe you prioritise a video game. Like, literally any decision I ever make, someone tells me I should have done the opposite. So if I'd stayed and not answered the door and then in a minute I'd be like, oh shit, it was a signed for thing. Now I've got to go and pick it up from the depot tomorrow, you know? If I was saying that, someone else would be going, I can't believe you prioritised stupid video games over real life. You're such a sado, you know? Like, literally, whatever decision I make, some cunt on the chat's telling me that I'm an idiot for making it, you know? Oh, wow, that's good. It's healthy to question opinions and actions. No, it's not, Nilo. It's healthy to mind your own beeswax. It's not healthy to judge everybody over everything. Like, it might seem healthy to you, dude, but if literally everything you ever say, from my perspective, right? If everything you ever say, someone calls you an idiot for it. If I say that bush is orange, someone else go, no, it's not, it's terracotta, you know? Try feeling how healthy it is when literally everything you ever say, someone calls you an idiot about it, you know? Like, you might feel differently. It's healthy to mind your own business and then, like, offer opinions where they're wanted, you know, or where they're valid, you know? I'm definitely going to go for the stash blaze, Norse. Yeah, I'm not going to go my usual way. So I've drank at the well and I'm going to head this way. I'm going to go inland a bit quicker.
Did you know, if you live within 5 kilometers of a graveyard, you can't be buried there? It's illegal to bury the living.
Birdman, yeah, that's good. It's healthy to question opinions and actions. I just don't think it is, dude. I think it's healthy to live and let live by and large. You know, questioning someone's actions if they're doing something really, really stupid, like, I don't know, climbing up over the glass of the Space Needle and space jumping off it or base jumping off it. You could question someone's actions if they're doing something that's dangerous, maybe. But questioning someone's actions over prioritising answering the door because they think it might be a sign for a parcel ain't it, is it? You know, just let people do what they... It's up to people to prioritise their own lives, not for other people to tell them how to do it, is it?
It's a great day, hope you're enjoying yours.
I think that's true. It's definitely healthy to question your own opinions and your own things, but questioning everybody else's all the time, you know, butt the fuck out and let people get on with their own lives. Anyway, enough about that. Let's just crack on. I want to try and get inland. I want to try and get back to where I stashed that blaze. We're going to need to find a bit more food, but we have had some spaghetti. We've drank at the well. We can try and crack on and get in the map. I don't personally think that critical thinking has reached the point where it's everybody's business to tell everybody else how to live, you know? I don't think that's the case. On the subject of that, I'm just going to stop in this bush in the open field and finish my rice. So you won't be questioning referee decisions? Not with the referee, no vexing. I won't call up the referee and tell them they made a mistake, no. Did that group of 3 get you? No, I think it was a lone dude. Right, one sec, guys. I'm nearly done. What's my favourite piece of clothing in DayZ? Probably the dark blue bomber jacket. Am I looking forward to the next Euros in 2028? Not yet, dude. It's too far away. Haven't we got an Olympics before that? When's the next Olympics? 2012, 2016, 2020, 2024, 2028 as well. Oh, okay. Both at the same time. That'll be a good year then. I really like the Olympics as well, so both of those will be good. It's Leals. It's pretty easy to start playing DayZ on PC. You just need to get a Steam account and get DayZ. Excuse me. Oh hey, it's raining. I know. Fuck me dead. It's done nothing but rain. In a weird place. I don't think people should tell anyone how to do things, but I also don't understand why you can't ask questions out of curiosity. But that's not what happened, dude. It wasn't a question. Someone was telling me that I shouldn't answer the door and should prioritise getting content over answering my door. That's not asking questions. Crowd, for example, said you could get a Ring camera. I didn't have a go at him, did I? You know, I said, yeah, I've got one. Right, so the dead zombies are making me think it's probably better to just vamos, so we're going to do that. Do you remember when you could fill a water bottle with rain? In DayZ, you used to get like 9%. And it did this kind of weird animation, but that was like really early DayZ. That was like 2014-15 only, I think. Wonder why clipping was removed. Bill, I think it was because people were just watching really big streamers and then farming clips and reducing, like, we're just releasing it for their own channels. And sometimes people were farming clips and then using them maliciously. You know, it sucks. But anybody that's a big name, like, just, I'm not saying it's anything to do with this person, but take Burnt Peanut for example. He's so popular. He streams on YouTube. You can easily clip all his kills, and then you can just farm them to make videos. Now, Burnt Peanut could potentially copyright those, but it's almost like a full-time thing. Not a murder death around. I think, for me personally, I'd rather have clips than not. So I'm definitely in the camp that would rather have them than not. But it has become an absolute nightmare of a type thing, like people just taking your stuff and uploading it on their own channel kind of thing. It's become very, very prevalent. I don't even know why I'm taking these rags, but anyway, I'm taking them. That dude killed himself with a fork. It's an interesting choice. I wonder what he couldn't find that put him off. That's probably the dude that killed the zombies, I would guess. What aspects of older DayZ would you bring back? Not too much, to be honest. I liked the way ranging worked better. It was more simple before. There's a few things I'd change with regards to scopes and how they default, but especially how ranging works on scopes. I think having ranging for hipfire is ridiculous. I don't think we should be able to range for hipfire. I don't think it should even be a thing. So, like for example, if you've got a Tundra in your hands and there's a hunting scope on it, there's only hipfire or aim down sight, right? That's it. but sorry, aim down scope. But in order to range the scope, you have to look down the scope, which doesn't make any sense to me. It's really it's just not intuitive. So it's not that big of a deal, but that to me, like the way the scopes work, particularly around ranging, I don't want to range the gun in my hands and then aim down the scope and it's not ranged. It doesn't make any sense. Like if I'm ranging a Tundra with a scope on it, I want to range the scope. I don't care about anything else. I wonder why he did that. Like, he'd been fishing, he'd... Fuck me. He'd been fishing... Like, he'd got the stuff to go fishing. It looked like he was collecting bark to make a fire, and then just thought, fuck this, can't be bothered, and just stabbed himself with the fork. So I'm going to go this way, purely because we've got the thing hidden up in the northwest. Also, there's a convoy spawn along this road, so we might find it if we're lucky. Yes, I agree with that, Garrett. When you've got a long stick and a knife, the first option that comes up should be splitting the sticks, not sharpening it. I agree, yeah. I think we're going to get lost. We're going to get disconnected here. Yeah, there we go. I've always wondered why they don't have any method where a player becomes a zombie, whether it be being bitten or death from a headshot. I think that would be pretty awesome. Trev, they wrote some lore for the game, Lore, when they were first developing it, and strictly speaking, the lore for the game is that they're not zombies. So it's more like they're crazies or the infected and whatnot. You don't turn into them, so you don't get bit and turn. There's basically been a mass pandemic, and the infected are the ones that have got the illness, and the survivors are the ones that are immune to that infection. So they're not really undead zombies and you turn into them like in The Walking Dead or something. They are infected and you can't become one because that's why you've not become one already. Will the stash plate still be there? It should be, unit. Yeah, it would last 4 hours, but the issue with that is that I've not got a gun, so I'm probably better off waiting for getting the blaze first, I guess. Tin Bender, thank you very much for the gifted subs. Gifted membership, sorry. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Tin Bender. Lumberjack, thank you as well. It's essentially the rage virus from 28 days. Well, the only difference really is that in that you could still turn. So, for example, Brendan Gleeson in 28 days later gets a bit of zombie blood in his eyes and he turns into one of them, doesn't he? Whereas in this, we're kind of immune. What's the point of gas if it does not kill the infected? It does kill the infected, JRH. The gas does kill the infected, except for the NBC zombies. Random question, is it easy to budget your income as a streamer, or is it a lot of variation month to month? Always been curious. As a salaried employee, I get anxiety thinking about a different amount weekly, monthly. It can be, Dodd Turn. I've been quite lucky in that, this is not meant to sound like a flex, but I earn considerably more doing this. Oh, I've lost the fucking tack back. That sucks. So I earn a lot more doing this than I used to earn in my last job. So it's been very, very good to me, and I'm very grateful for that. So, but being self-employed, it does come with a degree of needing to be sensible. You know, I had to pay my tax. I paid my tax every 6 months. I had to pay it yesterday. So you have to be really aware that you've got tax bills and you need to have the money aside. A lot of self-employed people get to the tax-paying part of the year and they've spent all their money, you know, and then they're really struggling to cobble together the money to pay for the bill that they have, you know. So I'm always very, very careful with that, right? I pay corporation tax and then I also pay personal tax for any of the money I draw from the business, right? So if I every month, whatever the business as such makes, I put 25% aside because that will cover the corporation tax plus a little bit of interest above it. It's a little bit above. Corporation tax is 25%, but it's somewhat more complex than that. So I always have a bit of a slush left over. And likewise, when I draw money out, I always keep some aside every month to make sure I've got the tax covered that I owe. Is this an official server or community server? It's vanilla, dude, but it could be either of those. Sorry, I don't like trying to scale it down too much just to help with stream sniping. Can I borrow $20? You know I'm good for it. Hucksker, for you, dude, if you ever see me, I'm quite happy to lend you sweet fuck all. How does that sound? Have you considered streaming other games? I did play Tarkov quite a lot and PUBG in the early days quite a lot. I was a partnered PUBG streamer back in the day, so I did quite a lot back then. I don't really like any other games enough to stream them, dude. If something comes out and it appeals to me, I'll do it, but that's quite a rare thing. I don't think there's any Convoy. DayZ is the game I enjoy playing, so that's the one that I play, you know. Like, if something comes along that it really floats my boat, I'll do it, but it's quite rare. Sloth Dad, I'm going back in October and November, so I am going to TwitchCon. Miss Portland's birthday is in October, so I'm going for 1 week. And then I'm going for just over a week for San Diego as well. It might be that, Sloth Dad, or maybe it's the American I'm going to visit that's possibly more likely. I do quite like America, though, by the way. I think it's great. I've enjoyed visiting it. I know that someone's going to call me an idiot now, but I think it's been kind of cool. It's been a nice place to visit. I've enjoyed most places I've been. Well, everywhere I've been, you know. I played Scum when it first came out, Jason. I don't particularly enjoy it. It's okay, but it's not really my thing. Really sucks that I've lost the it really blows that I've lost that can attack back. That was quite useful. Have you ever played Ark Survival? I played the first Ark when it first came out briefly and couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand the... I know there were servers that sped up the grinding, but I couldn't stand the... I've just got to sit on this thing and make it eat this nonsense for ages so that I can put the saddle on the next thing. I just hated that. Like that kind of like gradually earning the ability to ride some fucking Brontosaurus Rex or something, you know? I couldn't be bothered. Birthday equals 1 week, TwitchCon equals over a week, someone is going to be killed. I don't think so, WTF. We booked TwitchCon and we're staying in a hotel and gonna go for it. Like, we booked for longer so we could see each other. The week that I'm flying out for a birthday was a surprise so that I could go out when it's a birthday. It's like a bonus that we weren't planning, so it's extra. Trust me, I'm getting brownie points, not in trouble. Dominic, when I first got DayZ standalone, as it was back then, it had only just come out, so I bought Arma 3 and played King of the Hill a little bit just to get a bit more used to the controls and the feel of an Arma type game, but never really played it much otherwise. This stream ain't got any fish. Let's try in this little bit of running water here, just after the rock. I reckon they'll hole up in that little space there for sure. Great big carp in that tiny stream, no doubt. Thunderfat, thank you for the 9 months, dude. Cheers for the support. That's crazy. I just realised as I stood up that it was a bite and literally gave up just as I caught a fish. It's not a very good fish, but it is one. Congratulations, 306 Rally. Hopefully it's all up and away from here. Favourite Easter egg in DayZ? I don't know. I think the chimney with the kind of evil Santa at the base of it is kind of probably number one, isn't it? Hi Ian, I don't know if you can hear me or not. You might be a little bit behind on the stream, but yeah, if you aren't, hello, and if you hear this in a bit, hello, hope you're good. And thank you. Another shit fish. It's the shit fish, Randy. You only get shit fish with improvised gear, so I guess there's no surprise really. Should I have tonkatsu aruma for lunch or a crusted ahi tuna bento box? That sounds awful. I wouldn't want crusty tuna myself. You have at it if that's what you like, but I don't want no crusty tuna. Your shades look like they're a bit too wide for your face in that Insta photo. Well, they're prescription, so I can't really change them. And also, I got them when I was much fatter, so it is what it is. I wouldn't mind some new ones at some point, but I've got two different pairs of Ray-Bans. They're similar shapes, and they're both roughly the right prescription for me right now, so I can't be asked to get any more. They're not... Getting prescription sunglasses is not that cheap, so they'll do. I've been asked that quite a bit as well, Robbo, but it was definitely tonkatsu red ramen, pork tonkatsu ramen. It was fucking amazing. It was really good. I wanted to go back to the same restaurant again, but we went somewhere else, which was very, very good too. I tried Stalker 2 the day it came out, Sanastral, but those kind of single-player adventure-y games I'm not really a big fan of. Stalker had some cool moments, the bit I played, but it wasn't very balanced when it first came out, and I never really tried it after that. Couldn't be fucked. What about the prices? I feel like takeaway food is a bit more expensive in America. Like, a lot of the time it's like $20 or $16, $18 for a single dish, you know, like... I feel like a Chinese takeaway or the equivalent is more expensive in Freedom Land. The gas is definitely cheaper. Gas is way cheaper, but I think food feels more expensive. Some things are similar, like the cost of berries and stuff like that. Fruit is really expensive. Everywhere. It's expensive here, but like a takeaway or something, it seemed more expensive in America. Tell you something else that seems really expensive in America land at the moment. It might be the same in the UK, but second-hand cars. The cost of second-hand cars. Let's not get political if someone's going to tell me why. If you tell me why and it's to do with politics, let's just not. Let's just talk about the price of the car and that's it. But like a 3-year-old car of some sort is crazy money. Like crazy money. A 2 or 3-year-old... whatever, you know, a Toyota or something, like a RAV4 or whatever equivalent, something like that. They seem so expensive. Num 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 num. I actually made a tea for a change. I made a cup of Yorkshire Gold. Decided I'd had enough coffee for the day. I know the chip shortages really inflated prices as new cars were bottlenecked. Interesting. You're the second person that's mentioned that, so yeah, that seems sort of legit. Oh my god. Just fucked around making that and I'd got matches. I thought they were wet, which is why I was doing it, but never mind. Runners with 100k miles go for 20k plus. It is crazy. I mean, something that does show it, like Miss Portland's car, like it was a Toyota Corolla-ish type thing. Toyota Corolla, I think. And it was 9 years old. She had it from brand new, but it was a colour that was maybe not so popular. And the dealership were trying to flog it off because nobody wanted it because it was kind of like a really bright colour. And she got it on a crazily good deal, got like 4 or 5k off it or something when she bought it. And it's just been written off for insurance after this prank that, well, we got hit on Saturday night. And she's getting 4k less than she paid for it 9 years later, you know. She's getting an insurance write-off, don't normally pay you, like they don't pay like over, you know. She's getting 4k less than she paid for it 9 years ago. That's insane. Yeah, Toyota do hold their value very well, don't they? That's definitely true. I bought a truck for 25k, 10 years later sold it for 20k. Fucking hell. That's crazy as well. Something else I didn't realise just while we took, like, the prices that are advertised, like in the UK, I know we have sales tax and we have VAT and whatnot, but if you see a car advertised, it's always advertised at the price. I think it's because over there the taxes vary by state, I suppose, so it's like they don't do it the same. But if you're looking at a car and it's, I don't know, 22 grand, it's not really 22 grand because the tax has to be added on afterwards, right? It's more like 26 or something like that. Whatever, I don't know what it would work out, but that's something that never happens over here either. Like, if there's tax to be added to it, it's always advertised at the sale price, you know. Cars in the UK hardly do any mileage compared to the US. I don't know, Sal. I think the average here is something like 10,000 miles a year. I don't think that's loads, but it's not none. You know, there's plenty of people doing it. Even me, and I work from home. My last car, I had it for 35 months, and it went back with 31,500 miles. You know, I did over 10,000 miles a year. It's not loads, but they still get used. And of course, it's not being. Some people are doing 50,000 miles a year or even more. You know, I know there are some people doing crazy miles, but that's the same in any average, isn't it? You know. I've barely seen a chicken. Half of those miles were picking the kids up a camping trip they didn't want to do, though. Fuck me, it is too soon, and also that was in the new car. Crossbone. I don't really want to stick around here too long, but I do think I've got to cook this food. Go back for feathers. Oh, dude, that's a good shout. That is a good shout. Fuck's sake. Yeah, that computers, like PCs and tech, have got silly prices. Everything has got much more expensive, like in general, haven't they? It is crazy. It is really crazy. And I know about PCs, obviously, and like the cost of graphics cards and RAM and memory and such, like, you know, like the cost of some of the stuff has gone astronomical. And we can kind of see why, but I didn't know it was the same as badly for used cars, you know, like. It feels like buying a used car now that's 3 years old is more expensive than buying a new car was. Like 2021, sorry, 2019-ish, you know? It's crazy. Why are you not going in there? Fuck's sake, you must be mega bugged.
2 more months.
Abel, thank you for the 67. I look forward to that 39, dude. Sorry, 69. My dad always says that nothing is worth the same like it was in the old days, except the paycheck. Yeah, that seems right. Just as a reference, I bought a 2018 4Runner new and I could sell it for very close to what I paid for it with 100k miles on it. It's crazy, isn't it? What the fuck is going on here? It's just not meant to be. It won't let me pick the chicken feathers up. Sorry guys, the chicken feathers are just gone. They don't exist. They won't let me have them. What the fucking shit? It won't let me pick anything up. Fucking hell did that come from? That seemed to come through the... Okay, that's how. He was in there. I should have checked that, but I just didn't see him. That makes sense. He's so fucking geared, that guy. How geared is that dude?
Welcome back, Paul. Great seeing you.
If I'd have aimed around the corner, then I think I'd have killed him.
Great work.
Honestly, I didn't think he was still in there. Ah, bollocks. That sucks. Oh well. He did have a plate carrier on, so even if I'd hit him with the bolt, he wouldn't have gone uncon. So I'd have had to hit him in the head, but I should have been able to get my shot off there, really. I did, honestly, given that he let me run along the railing, I just didn't think he was in there. I should have checked. But most players in that scenario will shoot you as you're running along. They won't wait for you to come around the corner. He didn't even have his gun raised. It's like he couldn't hear me coming. Like, that dude must have turned up after I logged out, which makes no fucking sense, does it, you know? He was listening to Darude Sandstorm. He must have been, yeah. Effing Friday. Cheers for the 37. Abel, thank you as well. Is he far away from your spawn? Yeah. There's not much point me trying to get back to Mogilevka, to be honest. Not really. That's just crazily weird. Like, what the fuck were they doing there in Mogilevka that geared? Like, I don't know. People can be anywhere, you know. They might have just switched from another server or something, perhaps. I don't know. Weird how he didn't hear you or react sooner. It's possible he was playing with a buddy and he thought I was his buddy. You never know. Shane, yeah, they launched Zero Essica while I was away. I do enjoy Essica. That could be fun for a bit, yeah. The thing is, I've got a stash here with a blaze and a long-range scope. I'd just like to go and grab it, and we might get some fun along the way, you know. Maybe he didn't expect you to run in like that. Day trip, but you can hear steps on that metal platform so easily, you know. Like the chances of him not hearing me before I got to the doorway are small. What do you think of the new SPR sniper rifle? I presume you mean the Scar, dude. It's not really a sniper rifle. It's more like a FAL. It's more like a DMR type gun. It's pretty decent though. It is good. It is good. Bollocks. I'm not so annoyed about that death, but I am very annoyed about the death at the airfield. To actually get a fight and then have to prioritise effectively killing myself so I could answer the door. How close do you have to be to hear footsteps? You can hear footsteps from about 10 metres, but it depends how somebody's moving. In that scenario, I'm running on a metal floor, so he could have heard me from a long way out. If someone's crouching with trainers on or no trainers on at all and they're playing cleverly, you can hardly hear them at all, but if they're running full pelt on metal... Yeah, the frame rate shit was kind of annoying, Leels, as well, yeah. I don't know where that came from, to be honest. So got bars on me. If you were lagging, he might also have been. Well, the way he leaned the corner and fired would sort of imply that he probably wasn't lagging, but it doesn't really matter. I think he'd have killed me either way. Quite like some rope, please, zombie. Lots of ads these days. The ads are automatic, Kittery. They're handled by YouTube. I haven't changed my ad settings in forever, so it's... I believe the way YouTube do it now is kind of bespoke. I don't think it's the same for everybody, but yeah, YouTube handle the adverts. At least you can skip them on YouTube, right? You can skip the ads. That's good. Is that Rowan Atkinson? No, it's D.I. Burnside. You're nicked, son. Finds fruit, it's fucking rotten. When's the last time you played Bitterroot? Oh, ages ago, dude. Last time I played Bitterroot was when there was still like a vanilla type server to play it on. So a good while ago. YouTube is in shitification. I don't know, dude. It's free. You know what do you want? Like you get adverts when you pay for, I don't know, Fox to watch fucking soccer. You pay for Fox to watch soccer, and then they give you adverts all the fucking time. You know, at least YouTube's free. You know, like what more do you want? It's free, and there's a shitload of content there. If you want something, if something of yours is broken and you want to learn how to fix it, there'll be a video about it on YouTube, and you can get it, and you can learn how to do it, and it's free. You know, what more do you fucking want? While I was at Miss Portland, she had like a vacuum cleaner. I can't even remember the brand, but the head stopped spinning, and we Googled it and found a video of the exact head. There's like 15 different vacuum cleaner heads for that brand, and there was a video online exactly of that head and how to fix it. Like, that's great. I think people should stop fucking moaning, you know. It's free, it's great. Like meanwhile, people are subscribing to shit and getting adverts, you know. Yeah, I can. That's a good shout. I can do Gat Boy. Yeah. I want less ads, mate. Well, buy YouTube Premium and you'll get no ads then. That's the best idea, I guess. You'll also get YouTube's equivalent of Spotify, which is just as good. So if you have Spotify, transfer to YouTube Premium, you'll get that, and you look, yeah, do that. Or don't. That was a good fight, Paired. Yeah, Holly was playing with two other people, and I managed to kill the two, knocked Holly unconscious, and just couldn't quite finish her off. And then she got me, you know, she got me with a good shot too. But that was a fun fight. I want less ads and no cost. Well, yeah. I want gold to be... Fucking hell was he just doing sitting in there? Holy shit. I want gold to be £1 an ounce for me, but the same price it is for everybody else. Like that's also as realistic. I do understand. I understand that ads are annoying, but equally I'm a YouTuber that is hopefully going to pay for my kids to get through uni because of ads on YouTube, so I kind of need them a bit, don't I? Rick, the grammar police are here. Seems they've cranked the Twitch ads trying to force you to... Well, Vinny, my ads have been the same on Twitch for years and years. They haven't changed. I've been playing 4 minutes an hour for 2+ years at least. Didn't I have a bottle? Probably the last life. Cheers, Emmanuel Aki. Thank you for the follow. Akai, maybe? On Twitch, the creator can opt out of ads, I believe. If they include ads, they get a share of the revenue. Yes, that's true, Lev, but if you opt out of ads, they still play ads. That you can choose to play ads per... You can choose to play ads. If you play 3 minutes of ads or more, it avoids pre-rolls. So if you choose no ads, the viewers still get ads. You just don't get quite so much revenue from it, and you also get pre-rolls. So when somebody new comes into your stream, they're going to get a pre-roll. If you're playing 3 minutes of ads an hour or more, when a new viewer comes in, they don't get ads. They get ads when everybody else gets ads. That's an interesting topic. I use YouTube subs so I don't see ads, but then such established channels like yours, do you still need ads? Yes, Rabbit. When I used to stream only on Twitch, I was averaging... My highest ever was 7,500 paying subscribers, roughly. But I was averaging 6,000 plus, right? I'm currently on 2,300. But that's because I started streaming on YouTube, and YouTube is much more reliant on an ads model. So I've effectively cut the throat of my paying sub count so that I can earn a living without relying on people's gratuity, which to me seems better because I'm not reliant on people. I still am very grateful for subs, don't get me wrong, but I don't know what the membership count is on YouTube, but it's usually around 1,000. It's probably a little bit lower right now because I've just been on holiday, right? But I've effectively halved/thirded my sub count, but replaced that with advertising revenue, which seems more reliable and less reliant on people's gratuity. So yeah. Stacy, premium is the same for the streamer or YouTuber as if you didn't have premium. So it's like as if you were watching ads, yeah. Oh shit. Couldn't block. I was stuck on something behind me. Seem to have quite a lot of knives, don't I? Oh well. I already put sticks in the thing. That's what I was going to do, but I've already done it. Why don't you stream on both simultaneously? I do, Trev. I do. But I used to get 4,000-ish viewers on Twitch. But when I started streaming on YouTube, a lot of people that watched on Twitch went to YouTube. So right now there's under 1,000 people watching on Twitch. It's a little bit slower day today. Fridays aren't a normal day for me. Sometimes I stream, sometimes I don't. But yeah, I'm getting slightly under 1,000 on Twitch and way more on YouTube, right? But I do stream on both. A lot of my Twitch audience went to YouTube. Yes, somebody just asked me that 12-12 shock. Yes, you do. It's the same as if adverts were playing with somebody with YouTube Premium, yes. YouTube Premium absolutely doesn't hurt the streamers or YouTubers at all, no. Hi, Hyde Van. Hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. Just joined. What did I miss? 6 hours and 12 minutes. Tokeny, I've checked a lot of... it's weird that it's converting them for me, Pinkster. Like, Tokeny may have been in another language, but it converted it to English for me. So, Tokeny, I did see your message. I will try and find another scar. I've been checking a lot of convoys on this life. I died at the airfield with an SVD, and I had 3 scar mags and the new holo sight. So, if I find the stuff, I'll definitely get one, yeah. It feels like YouTube is translating the languages to English for me. Have I played Sons of the Forest? I haven't, Hyde. I last played The Forest when it first came out and you couldn't even save your progress. Yeah, Michelle, that message that just got purged from Tokeny, it was in English for me. A couple of the times people have been purged for not typing in English, I'm seeing it in English. And I'm gathering that it's being typed in another language, but it's auto-translating it for me. That's a new feature to me. Hi, Pro and So. Hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. That was weird. I don't think that was at me. Oh, fuck. This dude is so not geared. I've only hit him once.
For you want to fight?
Alright, I give up. Congratulate. Fair enough.
Hey.
Alright, I put my gun away. Sorry, I just saw it. I heard a lot of shots and got scared. I put my gun away.
For you?
Sorry, dude. What? Can you blame me?
Did I scare you so much?
You did. You fired a shitload of bullets. What did you shoot at? Did you kill someone? Don't understand. He's so geared that he can afford to tank the odd shot from me because he's just not... What did he even shoot at? It looked like he was standing over a... like when he stood still, it looked like he was standing on someone to loot, but I can't see anyone. I give up. Is that who you popped in the metal building? It's too far away. There's no way that's him unless he's speed hacking, and I've got no reason to suspect that's the case. I don't think so. That was really weird. I don't understand what he shot at, you know. I guess the conspiracist in me would say he shot to get my attention, knew it was me, and then chose not to kill me because he knew I was really not geared and was just knowing it was me, but I don't think so. It doesn't make sense. Why would he then just run away and not talk? Anyway, enough about that. Let's just crack on. Yeah, it's very, very rare that... Like, I did shoot him. I hit him at least once. Saw blood. But he's really geared, and I'm firing a pea shooter for him. Like, having said that, though, if I'd hit him in the head, he would have gone unconscious. Like, the pistols all knock you unconscious. But, yeah, I don't think he had a great deal to fear from me, did he, really? Hi, Mattus. Hope you're good. Just quickly, while I remember for later, I recorded a little silly quiz earlier today, like a radio quiz. Spoiler: I'm terrible. Anyway, it's going out on BBC Radio Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex, and Cambridgeshire tomorrow about 9:15 AM. So if you listen to any of those stations, it should be on the radio. It'll only be like 10 minutes or something, I don't know. Has he been playing for 6 hours straight? If so, how? Dude, people play DayZ and other games for more than 6 hours, even when it's not their job. I should be able... I don't know if I'll be able to get it for Insta or not, Pinkster. Possibly, but I should be able to get like a link to where you can play it back. Do I mean an interview? No, it was like a little... they do this sort of quiz thing where they pit somebody from Suffolk against
Still
somebody
waiting
from
when
another
you're gonna
county. Or
release your podcast.
well, one of those.
TRMZ.
So I was against a dude from Norfolk. And it's like a little weekly quiz thing they do every Saturday morning. And like it's just like a rivalry thing. But they do it about some kind of subject that the two people are related about. So that where they're both me and this other dude were related in some way to gaming. But anyone that knows me knows that I've done nothing but play DayZ for 10 years. So if you're going to do a quiz with me about gaming, chances are I ain't going to know. I should have known, though. I should have known, but it doesn't matter. Who cares? Village, thank you very much for the support. I think this is it. The podcast is this. This is it. Amex, I get up to make, like, I've made 4 cups of coffee today. I've got up to make just to microwave something to eat for a meal. It's very sedentary being a streamer, but I try to be active in the morning. So this morning I've done weights and push-ups, and I've been out for a walk. I've done 10,000 steps today, but not since I started streaming. So I go out for a hike every day. That's kind of my way to try and combat it. But streaming is a very sedentary job, more so than working in an office or something, because if you're working in an office, not everybody does, but most people get a lunch break, sometimes half an hour, sometimes an hour. But if you're working 9 to 5, you'll very often get up and you'll go away from the office, go to a canteen or go somewhere else, go out for lunch or whatever you might do. But streaming, you can't really leave your audience. So I might go away for 5 minutes, but I ain't, like, only while I'm waiting for the microwave, you know. How many miles do I do? I had no idea on the miles, dude. My phone counts steps. It does do kilometres as well, but until I went on holiday, I was averaging 11,500 steps a day, which is... I don't know how many kilometres. Fuck knows. About 8 kilometres a day. So that's about 5 miles a day. Well, it is 5 miles a day. Rick BK. Breaking news, Gianni Infantino has awarded himself a FIFA Peace Prize after uniting 55 European nations in a single evening. FPS DayZ, thank you very much for the 6 months. Cheers Village, thank you as well. This is exactly the reason why it's bad to have a coffee machine at home. You just place a mug and have a coffee in 30 seconds. Well, I quite like it. Mine makes an espresso, so I still have to use the kettle to turn it into a larger coffee. I quite like being able to have a coffee in 30 seconds. I think it's nice. I don't think coffee's that bad. If the worst thing you're doing is having like 4 cups of coffee a day or something, I think you're probably living quite a healthy lifestyle, personally. These shots are weird. Actually sounds like a fight, maybe. I don't think I'm going to stick around to find out. I want to get to where my stash is. What about 4 cups of whiskey a day? Well, possibly too many. Whatever floats your boat, though. Yeah, there's shots up here in Gorka, but I've only got a Makarov and about 6 bullets, so I think we're going to swerve it for now. I like to grind my beans. Can you grind my beans for me, baby? Yes, Big Chungus. I like coffee from beans as well. My machine does the grinding though. I don't grind my own beans. I've got a machine for that. Whiskey kills the germs. Heard it from a doctor. And brain cells too. Covers all bases. I had copious amounts of Redbreast. Well, I drank the whole bottle in 2 weeks, which is quite quick for me. But I had a bottle of Redbreast. I still had quite a lot of it left, but the night where we got in the car wreck and the Saturday night, I drank what was left and have zero regrets about it. There's a dead zombie there. I know if there was like maybe a quarter of the bottle left, and I was, yeah. It's a funny thing, actually. Like, everyone was fine. We're all well. Nobody got physically hurt or anything, which is great. Very lucky. We were only going relatively slowly. Oh, shit. What? I regret everything. No! How are you still up? He's dead. He looked like he was in the still alive position. I don't understand what's going on here, but we need to move. I haven't got enough guns here. I really staggered about what's gone on there. I don't fully understand. I don't think that dude's very good. Let's just put it that way. Neither am I, though, based on the fact that I couldn't recognise that dude was dead. But he looked like his leg was still up. Oh, fuck me. I did hit the other guy, but only once. Where the fucking hell has he gone? Feels like they've been around here for fucking ages. There's mushrooms everywhere. Okay, they are red shells. How has they got MVGs and they're not that geared? Maybe they got lucky at a convoy, I guess. There's a dead zombie over by the green mustache house. I don't know, why would you just ditch your mate like that? He was running out of bullets, maybe. Unless he's coming back. I don't get it. It is my first stab vest, yeah, it's the first one I've fucking seen. I can't believe that dude's going to ditch his mate though. Like, maybe they were just randoms and he's got gear that he doesn't want to lose, but that's so rare. Like, maybe he's gun jammed, maybe he ran out of bullets, maybe his mate was more geared than he was. Some basey stuff.
Paul, if you had to be self-critical of yourself as a DayZ player, what would you say is the hardest part of the game for yourself?
I think if I'm being honest, I should probably be doing aim training and improving the speed of my aim some. My aim is slow and it could be better. Oh, fuck me. Fair play to that guy. I don't think I died because of slow aim there, though. I just didn't think he would be aiming at me, but fair play to him. Right, I guess that's where we end. So he did get me in the end. I actually thought my BK shot hit, but obviously didn't. There we go. Darkvet, thank you very much for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you. Adu, thank you. Val Von Val, thank you for the prime. I'm afraid that's where we end. Fair play to that guy. He was already aiming. I didn't think he would hear me, to be honest, but there we go. I didn't think he'd be behind that little thing. I thought he'd be behind the barn or in it. I saw him go behind it. I just didn't think he'd stop there. Anyway, shit happens. I have lowered my mouse sensitivity a touch, Roger. I have recently, actually. Was that a headshot? Yeah, it must have been. I think. I don't think I probably had lost a bit of health. If it was a big gun like a shotgun, it could have been a chest shot for sure. I didn't really see what gun it was. Right. Anyway, that's enough for me. I will be back. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I hope I'm streaming Sunday, all being well. My kids are here for 2 weeks. Well, one of them's here for 2 weeks from tomorrow, but I'm still streaming. But there's no stream tomorrow because it's Saturday. I don't stream Saturdays, and I've got to go and pick the kids up too. So thanks a lot for coming, peeps. I really appreciate it. I'll be back on Sunday, and we'll see how things go. Take it easy. Have a good one.